Welcome to Sydney Parade. It's Bank Holiday Sunday. We're here for the match-up between Pembroke seconds and James take over.
And Railway seconds. It's a local derby in a quarter-final of the Cup. It's just eluding me at the moment. Looks like Pembroke won the toss and have elected to bat. Beautiful day here. There's a little bit of rain earlier on, and there probably will be the odd shower comes through now and again, but so far it's looking really, really nice out there.
About 30% blue sky at the moment.
And sun shining through nicely.
Yeah. Our scorers, Judy Cohen and Graham Mooney, have taken up residence in front of the hall today, as opposed to their designated spot in front of Becker's barn.
The early rain did them for...
Yes, the early rain, I think, sent them scurrying for cover. And
I'll just... we'll get back to you shortly with the umpires' names.
Yeah, I'm sure they're out there somewhere. If I go into Cricket Leinster, I'm sure I'll...
Oh, no. Just working on the pronunciation. Sorry.
Gopal Karishnan and Sharith Igla. So we've now named them, and we'll now refer to them as umpire 1 and 2, because I don't know if I can pronounce those names all day. However, we also don't know which one's at which end.
Yes.
But apart from that, and that's another gripe I have, why don't the umpires have their names on that?
Well, gripe number 1 for today. We have seen them here before. They have officiated many a game here in the Brook. And we expect to have a good game with them today.
Well, opening the batting for Pembroke today, McDara Cosgrave, a man who is top of the run-scoring charts in Pembroke. He's having a very good season. Also, of course, he's there with Ethan Clark at the other end. Ethan, who battled for 9 overs yesterday. For the thirds in what was a tough game there. What a game it was. It turned out to be Pembroke losing by just the 1 wicket in the end.
That was something else in the end. It was a great spectator game. A bit...
Darragh Cosgrave has over 400 runs.
That's something else, isn't it?
Nice work if you can do it. And he's going very well. And he's joined by Ethan Clark. Ethan, who's keen to establish himself on the second 11 in today. In the second 11.
Well, it looks like Darragh Cosgrave is actually the second highest in the whole of Leinster at the moment on 486 runs as he starts off. Nice
solid there. The bowler. Do you recognise the bowler, James?
Mr. Kumar. Yes.
Sumit Kumar. Played for Pembroke for a year.
Yes.
And then made the journey across the road, and now turning out for Railway seconds. Left arm seamer. He played at the same time as Pooh.
That's right, Pooh Sharma, yeah. This might bring it round as well. Good start with the ball, just... Batter's just defending that went onto the leg side just for no run.
Well, this is the game we saw, the pitch that was used for yesterday's game, where a total of less than 300 runs was scored in the day.
Yep.
143 all out and 144 for 9. We saw 19 wickets, not the 20th that Pembroke were desperately searching for. But it'll be interesting to see how many runs are scored on this wicket today. And again, we've had that sort of showery start, so if not moist, it's going to certainly be high in moisture content. That one's just played away nicely behind square leg, and we're underway, and as is McDara Cosgrave.
Well, the pitch seems to be true with the bounce. I'm not quite sure what.
There were 2 or 3 balls that we saw, and it was from both ends.
Yeah.
But from this end, we saw one that the bowler just, I don't know what he managed to hit, but it hit a spot and just took off from there.
Didn't it ever? Yeah.
Yep. One player just making his way up Cyril's way now. Late for kick-off.
Well, there is the women's marathon on today, so there's a few avenues actually closed off today, so maybe he got caught in that gridlock And
Yeah, the women's marathon and no darts.
yes, dart maintenance today. So I know that the Fifths are playing down in Bray, and they've been discussing all week how they're going to get down there. So we wish them all the best of luck and hope that starts without any dramas.
Kumar coming in to finish the first over. Decent ball outside off stump, just played away on the offside. Ethan Clark will be happy enough to have got bat on ball and he'll be feeling good. And that is the end of the first over and just the one run off it.
Yeah, good start there from Railway. Well, both teams really. Just feeling each other out, getting used to what's going on out there, just having a look.
It's that first couple of overs sparring really, as much as anything else.
Just dancing around the canvas at this stage.
Yes, indeed. Stay off the ropes. Well, Kumar got through his first over, and now we're going to see Seam from the nursery end. Many thanks to our scorers for providing the live scoring that gives us most of the information we have. Otherwise we go scrubbing around through Leinster Cricket Live and such like, but modern technology is brilliant. Carpe! Not the paciest, but a bit of movement. On this occasion, it allowed the batsman just to play it off his hips, down to leg. And Derek Cosgrave picks up his second run, and the second run of the Pembroke innings. This is a cup game today. Quarterfinals, as James said earlier.
Yeah, so is it a knockout?
I don't know. I hope so.
Yep.
That's what cups are meant to be.
Oh, they're meant to be that, aren't they? Oh, that's lovely.
That's a lovely play from Clark. He's played that down towards the boundary.
Oh,
and that is 4 runs.
Yep. He just leant on that and it's played it sort of behind point. And
it was the lateness of it that was nice.
Wasn't it? And just lovely timing.
And I'm going to use the same word I used again and again yesterday. His balance was lovely.
It was.
He never looked in any trouble playing that shot. He looked to have loads of time, and that's the sign of a good player, if somebody has time. I'd like to say good afternoon to Simon Heaney. I see the bedroom windows open. No doubt he'll be popping down later on for a bank holiday Sunday.
Yep. St. Keith Carpe or Carp? St. Keith?
St. Keith. Carpe. I go with the E on the end.
I like that. It sounds
more French. Carpe.
Carpe.
No doubt he'll correct us later, saying you got that horribly wrong.
That's Smith.
Oh, again, he's dripped it onto the pads.
And this one, he slips over at the last moment, the fielder, and it goes over his legs for 4 runs. Doesn't seem to have spikes on, like you say, though, that they don't really have a grass wicket, do they?
Yeah, they do, yeah.
Do they? Okay.
Yeah, there's a big square, well, not a big square, but there's a square over in Railway. However, on this occasion, you can't do that. Oh, that wasn't good.
No. You wasn't into yourself doing that.
Another boundary, and this is being a good over for Pembroke. 10 runs coming from it so far. What you don't want now is to let the bowler back in and take a wicket. Lets that one go through to the keeper. A bit more pace about that one. The first couple of balls he seemed to be just feeling his way into it. He seemed to put a bit more on that, as you'd expect, having just been hit for 4.
That's well left in the end.
Taste of Dublin's on this weekend as well, I think, James.
Okay.
That would also add to the congestion around the city.
Well, there's lots happening on long weekends, isn't there? So.
Oh, yeah, we don't get that many of them.
This one attempted.
Well, you could see the shot he wanted to play and where he wanted it to end up.
This was played on out to mid-off, no run. And that's the end of the second over. 11 for none. And the wind is just increasing slightly here, which probably means that the potential of a shower is increasing as well. But
well, I mean, the one thing about the wind is it does mean the clouds don't stay here very long. They're sodding off somewhere else. And we're kind of hoping it's just the wind is coming more from the northwest today. Usually it comes from this corner, and it seems to be coming from the Willfield Road Gate corner today. So we'll wait and see, and that's why we're feeling it. It's actually coming into us today here in the Gazebo Central.
The media centre.
Yeah.
Kumar to continue. This one, ooh.
Well, it came off the bat, so the appeals are somewhat premature, and I think the appealers realised that quite early on. But, yeah, that's the sort of danger he has, is that one coming back in again.
Yeah, it was a late in-swing. Batsman did well to navigate that one. Just got enough on it to negate the LBW call or appeal. Some good movement here, Kumar. Oh, lovely. Just followed the line of the ball. Just
quite deliberate, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was.
And he takes on the throw for the second and does so successfully. And in fact, it's got past 3 people backing up, including the bowler. And they'll pick up another one. And one will be just enough there.
That's sloppy.
But that was, as you say, James, the slot meister would have been delighted with this. And you see the throw come in.
3 players.
No, you have it. No, yours. Oh, mine. Oh, no. Oh, okay, I'll fetch that. And you see Summit putting his hands on his head. That one just drifting across the right-hander. Beautifully played out into the covers, but the fielder is there, and he found the fielder quite beautifully. If he'd been looking for the fielder, he wouldn't have hit it that well.
That was a lovely stroke for a dot. So a bit of drama happening already as the nerves settle down for both teams.
That's a much better ball from Kumar. That brought a few oohs and ahs from behind the sticks.
Yeah, just got enough of a wobble there on the ball, a bit of movement, and just the batsman did well to miss it.
I have to say, I am absolutely delighted with Niall's new camera angle. Just that little bit of extra height has made such a difference to seeing.
Well, changes everything up. Oh, another beautiful ball just outside the off stick.
Darragh Cosgrave, well, do you know what? You'd have to be a better player, I think, to get an edge on that one. It was very well bowled. I thought that was going to come back in onto his pads and he was going to be in trouble that way, and instead it just shot on past the outside edge.
Well, it makes you wonder if this is the one that's going to come, but he's going to try and bring this one back in. Let that one go through very last minute.
Well, it was pitching on off anyway. It would have had to come back a long way to cause any danger. He lets that go through, and after 3 overs, the score 14 without loss.
A solid start here by Pembroke. That's accumulating a few runs for each over.
There are numbers of the first 11 practicing in the nets. Two Tectors and a McDonald.
So it reminds you of yourself, doesn't it? Well, in my dreams, yeah.
I'm trying to think of one single way I could say that reminds me of me. Whether it's the correct shot, the correct pose, the straight bat.
You mean the perfect technique?
I wear gloves. I think that's the one thing that myself and Blake have in common. We both wear batting gloves.
Yeah, it's pretty much as far as it goes with me as well. Anyway, bowler to continue. He's getting to come into the batter.
That's better from Carpe. Had a tough first over, didn't he?
He did. He got a bit of damage in the first over, but now it's up to the bowler. Hopefully the second over they've found the line a bit better. That was a good start to the over. Just played away on the offside for no run.
You could see Carpe putting a bit of extra effort into that delivery, sort of bent his back a bit more, but it just meant he pulled it down. It went down the leg side, 2 onto the total, and we see that bane of our lives, James, in an attempt to just poke you in the side with a little sharp stick. Extras are going to be a big thing here.
Well, that's it. They were yesterday. If you have extras in the double figures, it's pretty much given the opposition another batter. This one driven past the bowler, well fielded by the man, mid-on, who came across for the straight drive and limited it to 1. He threw his body on the line there. They just pick up a single, save 3 for his team. But
even a little bit of fielding like that, where you've just saved the ball, makes such a difference to the fielding team. There's suddenly an uplift, and people want the ball to come to them so they can show how good they are.
It just raises the standard, you know.
Whereas this
one, He's been given. Oh, crashes into the pad. But I didn't get anything on it, and he's not happy, but he's got to walk. It was an LBW decision.
Ethan Clark falls for 8 today, 7 yesterday. Not the best of weekends for himself. He'll be looking at that one again, I'm sure. But Carpe has done enough to pick up his first wicket. The umpire agreeing with his thought that this was going to go on and hit the stumps.
Came in nice. Oh, came in nice.
Actually,
I think that was going to take out middle league.
Actually, it hit him in line, and that was the one thing he was hoping, that he'd got his pad across enough.
No.
But he hadn't, and it did hit him in line. It was going on to hit leg. At worst for Ethan, it would have been umpire's call. And as the umpire's call was out, that means that Ethan is on his way.
That was a lovely ball. Just nipped back just enough to deceive the batsman and hit him low enough to also convince the umpire that it was going to crash and take out the stumps.
What is it? You play down the Bakerloo and the ball came down the Waterloo.
Yeah, something like that, yep.
And that was the end of Clark for today's batting innings. He's been replaced by Sunil Gupta. Sunil, who one of the most stylish batsmen in the club, if not in the province, to be honest with you. He just has that style of batting that's just comfortable and smooth and easy to watch. Greg Chappell was the same.
It is, it just flows, doesn't it?
Yeah, Mark Waugh, another one. I don't know why they're all Australians, but...
Oh, this one just gets past the batter and just misses the outside.
Let's stop
stump.
bigging him up, shall we?
Yeah.
No more bigging him up. He's useless.
That was awful.
Sid was a better batsman.
His dad was better. Shigutta.
Well, there was a man who was reliable and consistent. Afternoon, Joe.
Yeah, he was a
Super batsman. Shigata, Gupta. Sid, I believe, is in London now.
So I understand,
earning millions.
Well, that's the rumour that someone started. And
We'll have to tap him up for some 611 sponsorship.
Yep.
I'll never forget the day playing with Sid up in Dundalk.
Oh, I remember that, yes.
Oh, what a great game that was. Anyway.
99 not out. Just we ran out. One more ball was all we needed.
Yep, poor old Sid was stranded that day. This one comes off the edge of the bat and runs down to slip, and Railway are delighted with the way that over went. 17 for 1, they've made the breakthrough. 4 overs gone, and here once again is the replay of the ball. Gupta just not looking at his most comfortable at the moment, and just
Did well to miss that one.
And it only missed the stumps by
Well, a couple of coats of paint, really. Well, good leave in the end. If you want to be generous. But, encouraging signs there for the bowler and for Railway. Have a breakthrough this early in innings is always good. Kumar to continue.
This one cut away on the offside. Diving point, deflects it to his teammate. But not anything they can do about stopping the single. So, Railway, it's a sunny day. They're on the sunny side of Park Avenue. And they're resplendent in their green and canary yellow tops. And James, don't even say it, because those are canary yellow tops.
They are canary yellow. Good bit of chat in the field, as you'd expect. Encouraging the bowler.
Short one, again cut away, and again only parried by the fielder behind point. And again, another single taken.
It looks like they're trying to set a trap to get caught, the batsman caught at point. He's trying to bounce it a bit and deliver it wide, but bounce
short and wide, and say, please steer it to him.
Yeah, that seems to be what the plan is.
Left arm over, Kumar.
This one driven on the leg side. There is a man out there to mid-on, or whitish mid-on. Just a dot ball.
I think the mission for these two now is just to see off the openers. That's a good delivery.
Otherwise it came in, swung in late, didn't
Swung
it?
in late, and it was aiming for middle stump. If it hadn't been Wood in front.
There'll be another one walking back to the shed as we speak. He's bowling well, Kumar. making it difficult for the batsman to. And this one just cuts it away on the offside too.
Won a cup medal with Pembroke. Summit Kumar. They won the cup the year that he was. Himself and Pooh were playing on the ones. Pooh Sharma. He's also over in Railway. This one clipped away through square leg. There is a fielder there. He'll keep it just to one. Nobody minds that.
He's bowling some interesting lines here, keeping the batsman guessing. It's not a bad over there for Railway, just the two from it.
As you say, this is sort of that sparring time. You don't expect Pembroke to go off at a rate of knots, and you know, Railway are looking to take 2-3 wickets before the first 10 overs are up, and Pembroke are looking just to
Keep it
ease into the game. No, very rarely you can win it in the first 10 overs, but you can certainly do your best to lose it.
Well, you have to say that Railway are now on top at this early stage with 1 wicket down.
That's a lovely clipping off the legs, and that's the sort of shot that these two batsmen are becoming renowned for. Both stroke players. You don't see them poking around at one end.
No, it's a confident shot, that, isn't it?
Yeah, just knowing you can take that off your legs.
It's just out of the middle, and it's beautiful sound and feels great. You don't even feel it in your hand when you do well like that. It's just so nice. The timing's beautiful. Too full and played away on the offside. They do come through for a single. It's very fast.
And there's a possibility of an overthrow. They won't take it. They overran the first one, but that was tighter than perhaps they'd like. Test out the hamstrings.
Yeah, make sure everyone else in the field is awake.
Yeah, absolutely.
That was a little bit of excitement there, a bit of a spike in the adrenaline. Well, you know, someone like Madara, who's in the form he's in, he's not going to be a shrinking violet, is he? So he's going to take on this bowling.
That is the shot he wanted to play, and what a super shot. That is shot of the day, certainly so far. We're only the 33rd ball of the innings, but my goodness, what a lack of...
A lovely drive.
Lack of concern there. He just knew where he was going with that straight away. That was a very confident shot. And look, you can see the fielders didn't even move.
Yeah. All you can do is just watch that one go appreciatively to the boundary. Glorious shot. This one just gets drags at the end of it and just gets an inside edge more and just drags it almost. It's the one that a millimetre off it could have.
He thought it was the same ball, didn't he?
Yeah.
He thought he was going to put it away in the same place, and just slightly misjudged it. Came off the inside edge.
A bit frustrated with himself there, but
he feels like he wants to get on top of this bowler. Another one that comes back into the right-hander, and a nice bit of fielding in the ring will mean just a single.
So watch him when he releases the ball, he sort of almost flicks it like a spinner.
I think that's his change of pace. I think that's his slower delivery as he tries to off-cut it almost. Or on-cut it.
On-cut it might be the right, just to make it cut back in.
That one was straighter, and a combination of bowler, umpire and fielder ensure that no run is taken. That is the end of the 6th over. The score has moved on to 27 for 1. A good over for Pembroke, that one.
Yeah, 7 from it.
7 runs coming from that one. Just nicely played back at the bowler. Umpire does well to get out of the way, and the fielder, well, tidies up.
6 down, 27 for 1. Railway searching for another wicket in this power play.
I don't know how long the power play is. I'm assuming it's 10 overs.
And he's nicked it, and he's walking. Sunil Gupta. Well, just the finest of touches on that, and it just Didn't even hear it myself.
No, but Gupta, in the family tradition, as soon as he left his bat, he knew he was in trouble, and he headed off to the pavilion. I don't think, did the umpire even put the finger up? Because he didn't need to.
Didn't need to. He just turned, and as soon as he knew it was in the gloves, the keeper's gloves, he just turned and walked back to the pavilion.
Now, it's a tough day to be batting, and we know this pitch only yielded 280.
That's Madara. Sorry, not Gupta. Yeah, he knew it.
Well, fair play. Didn't even look to the umpire.
Yeah,
he knew he'd hit it.
And that's a massive wicket there for Railway.
How many did he get?
He got 14 or 15, thereabouts. So let me have a look on the score.
So 2 relatively new batsmen to the middle. And if you ever wanted a man to come in a crisis,
15 he got.
He got 15. Well, there you go. Thank you, James. Thank you to our scorers. Partnership of 10 for the second wicket and 27 for 2. Not ideal from a Pembroke point of view.
From Railway, they'd be absolutely delighted. What a dream start. Thinking, well, this, get a couple more quick wickets here and all of a sudden it's going to be our day. That's the sort of way you'd be thinking. The new batsman out there doing a bit of guarding at the moment.
Greg Collins.
Thinking, yeah, that's the area I'm going to hit a 6 from.
Here's a man who would be in the trenches. Comes down the track to Kumar, first delivery.
Wants to move the side screens. There's always one, isn't there?
Lads, they've got brakes on.
Yeah. I think they're working those out now.
Where's our camera going to end up?
Now, they're moving the sight screen that has the camera on.
Go. I'm gonna have to straighten it or something.
Yeah, it's not too bad.
Yes,
That's all right. Oh no, there's the earthquake.
Get to work now.
Bloody batsman. Excuse me, Frank, for that.
Oh,
Swear jar on the stand
word.
board. Anyway, while we're just waiting for a bit of...
It's like the Krypton factor over there at the moment. There we go. He's happy. Niall isn't unhappy. He's put it back in the middle of the screen. Now, Greg Collins, do not get out this ball.
Yeah.
Oh, what's Dan done to his thumb? Was that on the brakes?
Oh, geez, mate.
Always use your foot, mate, on the brakes.
You know that now. And that's his dreams of stardom with the bat.
I think he's coming in at number 7 anyway today.
Yeah.
Or Bruce is 7.
We'll soon find out, yeah.
I mean, yesterday... Perfect.
Yeah, it's great.
Yesterday we were talking about the potential that a third 11 batting lineup had, and they struggled to get to 1-4-3, and it was only thanks to the strong batting in the middle order. 3 batsmen, I think, we had yesterday.
Yeah, we had Luke Murray, who put in a valiant 20 odd. I think it was like
40.
That.
40 he got.
Oh, he got 40. That's right. And we had Paddy Morris, who at the end
Got 18.
And we have Phil Blackley, who got robbed. He middled one, but was given LBW.
Yeah. Well, he said he middled it.
No, well, I heard a noise too.
Oh, yeah, but the difference between hearing a noise and middled it.
Well, he didn't middle. He got enough. He got an inside
He was saying
edge.
that he got an edge on it,
he got an
and
inside edge.
he was still given out, and he was on 48 at the time. But apart from those 3, and there wasn't really any contribution from the rest of the potential in the lineup. And are we going to see a repeat today? Is 140 going to be a good score on this pitch? It wasn't yesterday, but it very nearly was. Just the 1 wicket, 59 runs scored for the 9th and 10th wicket partnerships, enough to see Lucan home, and by golly, they were delighted because they thought they'd thrown that game away.
Wow, Talk about ebbing and flowing, wasn't it? It was like Lucan are going to throw this away, then Pembroke, had 60 odd runs to play with for the last 2 wickets and just could not get it over the line. Too many extras, too much loose bowling.
Yep.
Too many drop catches.
And a few of those players from yesterday are playing today, of course. We have with us Ethan Clark, Bruce Whaley. We've got Dan rather than Luke today.
Luke, unfortunately, it looks like he's done a hamstring injury yesterday. Turn my coffee into a milkshake.
He had a tweak in his hamstring, I think,
Yep.
is the official term.
Well, hopefully
He's away for 2 weeks now, so the thought is that he will be well recovered by the time he returns to the black of Pembroke.
It's a very athletic bit of fielding there in the covers, extra cover.
Is that because it really was athletic, or because to people like you and me, James, it was amazing?
Yeah, well, I think it was athletic, to be perfectly honest. Yeah.
I think the lad done well, as they say.
Yep. Dot ball anyway.
Comes down the track, does Hollis, as is his wont, just showing the bowl up.
Yeah, he's showing the. Doesn't have a sticker on his bat, but otherwise he would.
Are you here to the net or something? Oh, is it a T20? That will be fun. Yeah, no, put it in there anyway. Put it in there anyway. Hollis again digging one out. Carpe into his 4th over. 1 for 20.
You're pretty solid there, Hollis.
I have your pretzels as well.
Oh yes.
Hollins.
Greg, a fine wicket-keeper in his own right, in the side today as a batsman. But no ball called. Front foot no ball, I suspect. They'll give Hollins a free hit, and he usually enjoys those.
Good opportunity to sort of.
It's like playing Taverners, isn't it? Can't be out first ball.
Yep.
Yesterday's laziness.
Sorry?
Tell you of yesterday's laziness.
Sort of came back a bit sharply on in that one, but it was a no ball.
You're looking quite comfortable there.
And let's see where we. See, this one is going to be a bit of a wind-up.
Oh, well. There's a fielder out there, but
Behind
is that going to
square.
be another no ball? No, just a low full toss, a high full toss, should we say. But Hollis did well to put that away. Super shot. You can see the baseball is there, the front leg is cleared, and he just clips it round, and yeah, it was below waist height.
Yeah,
People have no idea where their waist is.
I do not. But these umpires do, which is good.
Oh, that's another nice shot as well.
Oh, that's
Down
good.
towards third. Fielder comes round.
Just picks up the single again.
Doesn't it look nice when the sun is out?
Oh, it's beautiful. Looks like a big pool table, billiard table. It's rotating the strike nicely in those last couple of balls.
Oh, that's not good. That's happened
Just now.
today.
Yeah. We've got a few issues with the infrastructure of the media centre now.
Stitching has come away.
It's just going to get worse and worse as the wind blows. There's nothing you can do about that unless you take it down and sew it up. So that,
There is a piece in the corner.
yeah,
Like that piece in the middle, you see, like to reinforce it.
we may have to rebuild the roof. We'll be back in a little while, folks. We've just got a roofer here assessing the damage. So we're looking for a gazebo sponsor. Came to continue. This one is just cut away nicely, very late shot down to the gully region. In the third man and picks up a single. Lovely played. Just eased onto that. Kimar given a bit of width in that shot and search of the edge, but the batsman was up to it.
And again, we get to the stage of the innings, James, where you and I sit here and discuss. If you're captain, which bowler do you change? Which one do you keep on? Do you go for a double change? What are your options? Do you go with spin?
Well, I'd probably take Kumar off, only for the fact is that he's been bowling some good lines, but he hasn't made the breakthrough. So you got to, and you need wickets. That's what the game's about to a certain degree. So I would change Kumar, keep 3 overs up your sleeve. Was it the 50 over game?
No, it's 50 over game, so
well,
they have 10. So, you know.
I'd keep the other guy on for maybe 1 or 2 more. The other Carpe. I think he's
doing a good job down that end. He's moving it around. This one just falls onto the hips of Hollins. He clips it away and just picks up an easy single.
So, happens to be a leg by.
Well, there you go.
Yeah.
One more onto the total, though.
I mean, these 2 batsmen are still quite new, so maybe get Humar to bowl 6, the other guy to bowl 6, and then have a look. This one just comes back into the batsman, but he's good enough to just whip it off the middle stump, and they're going to come back for a second. There was the man.
There was a bit of excitement there amongst the railway players when Pembroke set off for the second. They suddenly thought they might have a chance and be in there. Wasn't to be.
Home by a mile.
And also, all you're doing is putting pressure on the fielder. He doesn't exactly need at that moment.
But nicely ran, 2 runs. That's all. Keep the fielding side guessing. This one just lets it one spray across to the basically the first slip region. It's called a wide.
Bowler not too happy with that decision, was he?
No, he thought that was a bit harsh, but it is what it is. It was quite wide, to be perfectly fair.
It was going wider, that was the thing.
Yeah.
And it was just where did the umpire measure it as crossing the line. Oh, it's in the air, but it's going to clear the ring, and in the power play you can get away with that. It runs away to the boundary, 2 bounces, gets there. Gupta not afraid to take the bowler on. It's the end of the over, and Pembroke have moved on to 40 for 2. And here is that shot. Very still batsman, and then it got a bit more underneath it than I think he wanted to.
Yeah, it wasn't the most convincing shot, but he had enough on it to get past the ring.
Now that is quite a short boundary to the Cyril side. We are playing on pitch 2 here. You can see the artificial pitch just 2 to the right. Pitches are numbered from that artificial out towards the railway. So as I say, this is pitch 2. You can see pitch 1, and then there's 3, 4, 5, 6 and 7 off to the left. Pitch 1 has been used a couple of times, but already recovering quite well. It's had the ideal weather, I suppose.
Yeah.
Plenty of moisture and wind and even sunlight.
Speaking of wind, it's still quite strong going across the ground at the moment. Oh.
Nicely dug out on this occasion by Sunil Gupta. Sunil, who
it's Collins.
Played a couple of years with Trinity.
This is Collins batting.
Oh, sorry, yes, Hollins.
Hollins, sorry. Did I say Collins? Oh, sorry, Hollins. My brain just fell out then. That's my excuse for most of my commentary.
Hollins again coming a long way down the track.
The ball going down the leg side, one would suspect.
I think that just with the amount of travel it had to do.
Yeah, it was just coming to
it. It was always just moving away.
If anyone is interested in increasing their appealing skills, they could look watch yesterday's game, Pembroke 3s against Lucan 1s, to see some of the best appealing that you'll see anywhere in the world. Some of the Lucan players were very enthusiastic and showed how it should be done, or how it could be done.
Well, Heatley Tector hoping to join us in the commentary box today, as that one is pulled into the leg side, and it looks like it's going to pull up just in front of the rope. The fielder does get there, but it won't stop them from picking up a second. He's got caught up in the mini marathon.
Didn't know he's running that.
Well,
Well done, Peter.
best of luck in that.
Personal best. No, we could have Heatley down.
Any time under an hour would be good.
End of the over. I'm going to come over and we're going to move that box. Have a think about. It's going to go away a bit and think about how left righty we want it to be.
Okay.
I can see cramped leg room.
That's played away nicely. And again, that athletic fielding, James. You mentioned that fielder earlier with his athleticism.
He's been practicing that, hasn't he?
Move. It's his move.
Yeah.
The dive to roll.
Yeah.
Reminds me of a bit of Eli Clark.
Yes.
He loves to do that as well.
Played away through the covers. There is a fielder out there, and he has fumbled it, and that will let them pick up a second to a boundary where it's normally 4 or 1. They get 2 for it. Nice shot. End of the over. That's 10 done. The score has moved on to 44 for 2. And I'd say, James, honours even for the first 10?
Yeah, I'd say so.
I'd
I'd also say that I think a bowling change or the power play is finished, or they're just signalling the power play over. I would say that they need to change the bowling here.
I think you're right, and I think they will. I think
Yeah, they've got to change the bowling now.
definite change of bowling.
And
James, how are you for footwear there now? Oh, my
fantastic. It's like
word.
luxury.
There's a bit of space.
You've
on
just
that
moved from
right.
Ryanair to Singapore Airlines business class.
Isn't it ever? Thank
The
you
amount
very
of
much,
footroom.
Niall.
Niall does look after us here, doesn't he?
He does indeed.
Not only with his technical knowledge, but just with his pure humanity. There should be a Nobel Prize on his way to Niall at this stage.
Is Carpe the captain? Or is he
Best
just
of
giving
luck
advice?
there now. Sorry, what was your question?
I saw Carpe, who's now sort of at long off, just giving advice to the bowler. So I wonder if he is the captain or just giving friendly advice. That, you know, run up there and release the ball to the batsman. Oh, really? Great. This one is way too short, and he's clubbed down to the leg side, and it becomes one bounce 4. Or are they thinking about a 6? No, one bounce 4. That was a statement. Welcome to the game. Can't bowl that short. So Gupta made no mistake there. He moves on to 14. That's a better ball. Straight away on the leg side and to the mid wicket and no run.
Just open up the team sheets there, James. Shakir Afridi is our bowler from the St John's End, and so far he's finding his way in this over. He's had that big boundary hit off the first ball by Gupta, and he's just had that one driven down the ground, so it looks like more of the same, really. Left arm over again, relying more on line and length than just outright pace.
That ball just coming across the face of the batsman who just defends it into the ground, no run.
No open bar as yet.
Open bar.
Yeah.
Well, open bar would be perfect. We'd all be down for that one.
And this one
Oh,
driven
that's,
again.
you see what I mean? A lovely just push down the ground. Now, no run on this occasion, but it was just no effort and pleasure to watch.
Yeah, it's just great conservation of energy. Just letting the middle of the bat do everything. Good timing. This one just watch carefully off the hip. Just turns it around to square leg and they pick up a single. It's a good over for Pembroke. 5 from it. And on the cusp of the first milestone of the innings. From a batter's point of view, which is to get to the 50.
There's the Pembroke bench, sitting back in the sunshine. You too could be sitting back in the sunshine. I'd like to say with a pint of refreshment in your hands.
Pint of Schweppes.
There's plenty of room along the wall. Frank Whelan just come over from Railway. He won't know himself. The breeze, though, however, is sort of keeping the temperature down for us. Especially those of us inside the gazebo in the shade.
Well, we don't get that much vitamin D, but it's still nice to see you out there in the middle. Change of bowler, de Klerk. And this is Stuart de Klerk.
Well, de Klerk, big South African name.
Full pitch delivery, angling into the off stump.
He's going to want the sight screens moved for the new bowler. Dale thinking of moving the roller. It depends how far across they need to be. De Klerk seems to be, again, more of the same, I'd say. Relying on line and length rather than outright pace. Perhaps a little bit of movement off the seam. Oh, don't stand inside the sight screen when you're pushing it.
It's a great way to bust your ankle.
Oh, my word. You can absolutely rip your Achilles. Anyway, de Klerk in. It's through. Go on.
No, I was just going to say, just tempting the batsman there. Just goes through to the keeper. Quite a wide ball.
Which is funny because I was going to say it's wide of the keeper.
Yeah.
He's left that one. Both thinking along the same lines. Oh, look at that sky now. What would you say? 55, 45?
Thereabouts.
Or even higher, I think. I'm going to go 60-40 in favour of blue sky.
Well, this one's wide. Yeah, it just skirts that blue line.
This may be a sort of deliberate ploy by de Klerk, that he's looking to just go along that line.
That should bring up the 50 for Pembroke.
Yeah, and there it is. And there is that Simpsons sky.
It really is, isn't it?
Absolutely lovely day.
This one here, coming back into the batsman, it's played away on the offside to the cover region for no run.
And these second teams fighting out in the quarter-final of their cup here at Sydney Parade today. So if you are finished your mini marathon, or the mini marathon has finished with you,
or if you're stuck in traffic and you're nearby,
come on
make
down.
a diversion. Abandon your car and come on down.
That's going to be close, but not out from the umpire. And don't forget there are no darts. So if you're trying to get across at Merrion Gates, you don't have the gates going up and down every 3 minutes. So that makes it easier to get here. Just stay away from Nutley Lane and the dual carriageway, I'd say. And then you could make your way here, and perhaps the bar will be open soon enough. Perhaps that's why our bar isn't open.
Maybe.
Perhaps the barman is actually trapped in the traffic, or running the mini marathon.
Another ball just played away to the cover region for no run. Bit of an appeal from the previous ball. The bowler wasn't really that interested in it. It's always a bit of a giveaway. Klerk comes in for his last ball of the over.
Well, he's gone a bit short on that one. It's pulled around the corner. There are two fielders down in that area. That is the end of the 12th over. 51 or 50.
Yeah, 51.
51 for 2.
Staging a bit of a recovery here for Pembroke after a bit of a shaky start. Starting to see the ball quite well with Sunil Gupta and Greg Hollands.
And again, the change bowling,
Yeah.
always helping the batting side as well.
Good over by de Klerk though, only conceded 2 from it. It's that sort of niggly length where you're not really sure whether they have a real good go or they'd had a bit of a go, but it went straight to fielders, so he did well for his team. This one, full toss.
That's a lovely shot. He turned that into a full toss.
Yeah.
It was going to be sort of full Yorker length, and he just leant forward and put his bat there and turned it into a full toss, steering it round the corner. Super shot for just 1 run. 1 more onto the total. Pembroke starting to feel a bit more...
Be free flowing.
Yeah, well, these two have been in for a while now. 1,
Yeah.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, nearly 6 overs. Another one just played around to the leg. The fielder down there is going to get round to it. Nice one-handed pickup. It did bounce nicely into his hand. But Gupta gets safely home.
Yeah, the throw is acknowledged by his keeper. Saved 2 runs. It was a good effort to get around. Had to cover a fair bit of distance.
Best of luck, Stephen.
See you, mate.
Have a good day, and we'll see you later, Steve. Might give you a call. See how you're getting on. Our reporter at the ground.
Oh. I was on 49 and got out because your phone rang. Nice leave there. Just saw the bounce was high enough that it wasn't going to be any risk to getting bowled, and just let it go through to the keeper. A little bit expensive. Not too bad. Just.
We were talking yesterday, James, and we were saying how Phil Blackley was very good at sort of reading the game, as was Rocky Singh for Lucan.
Yes.
And the position and the game situation and playing accordingly. But I think Greg Hollands is one of the masters of it, to be honest with you. You know, if he needs to be free-flowing, he can throw the bat with the best of them, as we've just seen, a super shot through mid-wicket. But if his team need him just to dig in and stay there for a while, he's equally as capable of doing that.
Oh, he has a great cricket brain, doesn't he? Yeah.
Make a good captain.
He would. And I'd like to nominate him. No, but you're absolutely right. It's so important to have players like that on the team.
You want to give me your bag?
Just tucked in off the bat. I thought there was plenty of bat in that.
Yeah, but it wasn't. But it was just too high anyway and drifting down leg. But again, just they were quick to realise that there was a run on offer there, and they took it. And it just all of a sudden got the 59 I should say, 59 for 2. That's quite a good over there.
8 coming from it. And 13 overs gone, and they're going along at 4.5 and over. You think that will pick up later on in the innings?
Well, what's interesting from a fielding side's point of view, all of a sudden you look up at the scoreboard and you think, where did those last 30 or 40 over runs come from?
Yep, that's what happens. So halfway through the first session, and that one fired down wide of the off stump by de Klerk and left well alone by Hollands.
I'd say if Hollands hadn't moved across to the off stump region, it might have been called a wide. It was.
Yeah, you have to take account of where the batsman is, don't you, these days? The shadow, I think they call it, don't they, or something silly like that.
It was a good decision by the umpire. This one straighter.
And you heard that one hit the thigh. There's no thigh guard on there. He's not going to rob it though.
Is that the best you can do? Is that all you've got?
Come on.
Bit of a wry smile there by de Klerk. He's got some interesting variations in his attack. This one,
This time Holland's trying to just guide it down to third. That's how I got out for the sixes the other day. Just guide it down to third. Managed to guide it straight into the keeper's gloves. Let's hope that Greg doesn't fall to the same fate.
trouble with me is that the only time I get caught trying to glide it down is just because I'm too slow on the actual shot.
Yep.
I'm actually trying to hit it out to the cover.
It looks like you waited, but
Yeah.
you were just late.
I was just late. Oh, big
Wow,
swing.
there you go. Big swing.
Oh.
And, the fielder's kept it in with his footwork.
Great soccer skills. That's a great benefit.
My word.
You should be here for PSG.
So football skills do sometimes work.
Do we see it? Yeah, here we
Hollins flying off the edge of his bat, and here it comes the footballing skills. Kept it in field.
Up into the hand.
Now, up into the hand would have been most impressive.
go. Yeah, that must have been watching PSG's championship win
My
last night.
God, wasn't that,
was
something else?
Yeah, that was
They could have
amazing.
won by 8 or 9.
Yeah,
Inter, you could tell once Inter went 2 down, we're not
They were
winning this.
They were out. They were just demoralised.
Checked out.
Yeah.
Oh, short, and this time he gets the right edge of the bat, and it flies away almost straight for 4 runs that nobody's going to stop. And Hollins has gone on. Well, if de Klerk's going to serve him these, he's going to take him on.
Well, the thing about de Klerk is he's just not fast enough for Hollins. You know, Hollins can see this. He goes, "Thank you very much. I'll take that."
He's fast enough for Hollins. He's not too fast for Hollins,
that's
I
it.
think, is the
Yeah.
thing there.
Well, that's a bit of a loose shot, loose delivery, I should say, and it's punished.
This time, Hollins straight bat, which is even more annoying to the bowler. Oh, yeah, well, you just that's disrespectful. You know, just sort of, I've had my runs from you. Have that one back.
Yeah, exactly. 6 from the over. A 65 for 2 off 14. Pembroke, these two are just cruising along at the moment, building this score.
No, it doesn't matter, no.
Oh, stops. Yeah, wait.
Yeah, I wouldn't worry about it at the moment.
Hans and Gupta now building a good partnership.
It's far enough away from us. Any chance I had of getting some sun is now gone.
Oh, that's a lovely dab down to this third man region, or gully region maybe even, and just picks up a dot for the bowler.
Freedy's done well in his first 2 overs. He did have that, was it the first ball? He bowled
Got punished,
wrong.
it was a bit short.
Yeah.
This one a bit wide.
Enticing the drive from Gupta.
Sort of doesn't really go after it and just goes straight into the gloves of the keeper and results in another dot. Just trying a few different variations here. Here's a Freedy.
Phil the barman has arrived, and the umpire's lost his hat.
Oh, that's a better ball. That was something interesting. Got a bit of bounce there that batsman didn't expect. Did well not to get an edge through to the keeper.
Bit breezy here today at Sydney Parade, but it is keeping the clouds away. The sky getting bluer and bluer.
Got D4 Delhi's here.
Is that D4? Oh, it is.
yeah.
I thought it was the barman. Shows
They're
up.
trying to get in and it's shut. So Phil, if you're listening.
What a
catch.
super catch. What a catch that is. Gupta is on his way to, well, the best catch we've seen here for quite a while.
That was spectacular. I thought it just got past him and he was able to pull it in at the last fingertips sort of effort. It was amazing. Gupta couldn't believe his luck. It's like, why did they go for that? And it's just a spectacular bit of inspiring fielding there by the keeper.
Well, here you'll see it again. We'll see how Niall's camera work went today. I think it was fabulous.
Yeah. Oh,
Cross and then, beautifully taken. And there's the celebration.
it actually looks so much better in real time, you know.
It did. It did. Super catch. 3rd wicket falls, 65 on the board, and Gupta is back in the pavilion. Well.
Another twist in the tail.
just when you think things are sort of calming down and Hollins is starting to go for things and we'll be all right there, and then all of a sudden, an inspired dive catch from the wicketkeeper. It's one of those ones as well where you end up stretching everything down the side of your body.
Yes, absolutely.
Because you land with your arm extended. That's how you dislocate shoulders, I suppose.
But thank goodness that he didn't do that in this case, and not to take it away from the bowler. A good bit of bowling there. Forced him into the shot.
I thought it was past him and was going to run away. But that was a super catch from the high vis wicketkeeper. Well, first ball for Fiacre Tucker. Fiacre, who's joined us temporarily. I believe he's up back to London soon enough.
So I hear, yeah. But it's great to have him back in the side. One of the champions of the club.
He's the only captain to have lifted the All-Ireland Cup. And the captain that day out in the hills.
Some day, wasn't it?
Pembroke won. As they say, if you can remember it, you weren't there. Oh, that's a lovely shot. Nice bit of fielding in the ring.
That's the sort of shot that really annoys you as a batsman. It's a lovely shot straight to
deserve.
the field. I deserve to run at least.
In the lower teams, it often results in a run out because the batsman goes, yes, as he's hit it. And it's straight to the fielder's hands. Oh, my word. It's quite quiet out there today. Oh, that's why. There we go.
I think he killed all along.
Yeah.
Pretty much. Yeah, forgot to put him up, sorry. No wonder it was very quiet.
Yeah. People have just been listening to us. Oh dear.
Yeah. No wonder we couldn't hit a nick.
Yeah. I heard nothing.
Yeah.
Nothing there. That's a lot better now.
Yeah.
I didn't hear all that drumming.
Yeah, maybe we should take that down then. That's really annoying.
Must be some parade for the women's half marathon. Mini marathon.
We'll just mute that ever so slightly. Now that you've pointed out to everyone, that's the only thing they'll be able to hear now.
Yeah. Only took us 15 overs.
Tucker on strike.
God, it's noisy out there. And there was me thinking it was also quiet out there today. Bank holiday weekend, so quiet. And then we turned up the groundworks. Actually, there is a world going on outside of Sydney Parade. You wouldn't think it from here. 66 for 3.
Figure would fence this one down to boot on for no run.
These two batsmen are very similar in style.
Well, they both got all the shots, and they both can play to what's needed in their role of the game.
Well, do you know what I think they're very good at? They're very good at saying, I'm not going to play that shot today. Even though they can play it, and it's in their repertoire, they're saying, no, that's where the trap is.
Yep.
I'm not going to play that shot. Nicely pulled round to square leg. More pushed than pulled.
Yeah, just a bit too straight, that ball. Came onto sort of middle and leg and just worked away on the leg side. Picks up a single.
These two having to rebuild again. Pembroke having lost 3 wickets so far. Ethan Clark fell in the 4th over with the score on 17. Dara Cosgrave fell in the 7th over when the score was on 27. And now Sunil Gupta has departed for 17 when the score was on 65 in the 14th over. We're now into the 16th over, just 1 ball remaining. De Klerk having quite a quiet over this time. Bowling very well for his side. Oh, there was the chance.
He just dabbed that one behind point really, and the point fieldsman
Was throwing it before he had it in his hand.
took his eyes off that and let it go through for an easy single.
Well, 68 for 3 then. Pembroke now 16 overs into their innings. Still going along at 4 1/4. It's the wickets down that isn't ideal. Pembroke would like to see a good sized partnership now.
Well,
We thought it was going to be Gupta and Hollins, and that wasn't to be. So maybe it'll be Hollins and Tucker.
Well, if they can get 2 good partnerships for the rest of this innings, then they get in excess of 200 maybe.
I certainly think they need to be looking 250.
Yeah, you really want 250 plus to be very, very comfortable.
But it's about holding on to wickets now to let you.
Oh, sort of ball was shaping away to the offside and reached for it and basically dragged it leg side behind him.
Yep, French cut.
French cut, and they scampered through for a single. Bit lucky.
Quite sort of for 20 seconds.
This brings Fikra Tucker back on strike. But the secret here has to be Holland's bats majority of this rest of this innings.
Yep. I'd like to see him there at the end, certainly, from a Pembroke point of view. And see somebody else sort of joining him and, as I say, putting together a bit of a partnership.
Very watchful there, just let someone go through to the keeper on the offside.
There's certainly more of you watching online than there are down at Sydney Parade at the moment. Plenty of room along the wall, I'm sure. It's a bit breezy there, though.
It's still going to be quite warm.
Actually, Balburney, I think, has the best seat in the house at the moment. Bit of shelter from the wind.
This one played out there to the cover region. They get through for a single. Pretty tight, but they're comfortable in the end. Giggity.
Thank you. 70 for 3 now.
Scraped that one in, didn't we?
I did, that's why I was pointing at the screen.
Man drops down now to sort of the cow corner region in anticipation of a big, big hoik. And it is a big hoik, but it's way above everyone and it's into the neighbour's yard. Clears the fence, and that's the first lost ball of the day. Here we watch it almost tuck out the car that's still going there. Totally oblivious to the fact that they could have had a smashed side window.
Well, you called it again, James. Big shot from Hollins. And that one into the gardens over the top of the car.
Yeah.
So 6 runs to Hollins, takes him on to 26. Fikra Tucker on 3. And the score moves on to 76 for 3 in the 17th over. New ball has been fetched. The one in the garden will be abandoned. Simon has now closed his bedroom window and has opened both bathroom windows.
And we won't go into that.
No. I don't know whether the view's better from the bathroom.
Or just Anyway, welcome, Simon. Happy Sunday.
Come and give us a wave. We'll tell you when the bar's open.
Still negotiating which ball would be most appropriate to proceed with.
Hollins in having a word, saying that one's too new. That one's not new enough.
Yeah, that one's not white.
That breeze really coming through from the west now. That's quite strong, and luckily we have plenty of weights on the gazebo today.
Yeah, I can hear a few things squeaking and bashing and...
Yep.
So, if anyone wants to give the club a fence sponsorship, make yourselves known.
What you want is one of those wooden, they're not gondolas. There's Simon there in his window.
There he is.
Good to see you, Simon.
Don't fall out.
That could have been Karen. She's actually murdered Simon, and is now covering up the fact by just holding his dead body at the window.
Yeah, that's right. Can I push him, get enough momentum to push him out that looks like he tripped? Yeah. Anyway, end of the over, 17 down, 76 for 3.
Nobody joined us on the live chat on YouTube as yet.
Everyone's in church.
They are somewhere.
To continue. This one going down leg, and it's called wide, but they run through for a single. The keeper couldn't take that clean because it was so wide. Just slipped out of the bowler's hand.
For those of you who are out there, including one Edward Dwyer, we will put up the batting card at the end of this over. When de Klerk has finished the 18th from the nursery end. Hollins just plays him into the leg side. Square leg umpire makes room for it. And back it comes.
He's playing that shot quite well, the one that comes in,
Just
comes into the body. Just works on off the hip. It's a well poised actual game at the moment.
Neither side have sort of stuck their hand up. Hi, Frank. Stuck their hand up and said, "Yes, that's us.
Yeah.
We want this game." As I say, you often don't win a game early on, but you can certainly lose one. Pembroke 3 wickets down, 79 on the board. Ball just played out, dot ball. Tucker watchful at the moment, but that's what the side needs at the moment. And again, another guy who reads the game really well. I suppose you don't win an All-Ireland Cup as captain without reading the game quite well.
Well, this is the thing. You're only into the 18th over. There's so much time. 31 and a bit overs to go. Full toss, and it's played away, but there is
straight to the fielder. He was lucky he didn't lift that to the fielder's hands, to be honest.
Yeah, he did well to keep that down on the ground and went straight to the mid-wicket fielder, who said thanks very much, no run. The good thing about these two batsmen, they're not the type of personalities that are going to get frustrated at all. They're happy just to, as it comes.
You don't ever see either one of them flustered.
No.
And that's on and off the pitch.
Oh, look at that, soft hands. The field is actually, I was literally about to say this the previous ball, the field is quite deep.
Fielding on the ring, perhaps?
On the ring, perhaps.
Light blue touch paper.
Yes.
Walk away. So, James, do you think they're fielding a little deep there?
Well, now that you mention it. My 2 cents worth. Ken Bruckman.
Regular viewers will realise that this is something that troubles James, myself, and indeed Graham as well.
This one down leg, and it's going to be called wide.
Haven't been too many extras.
Well, let's find out in a minute. Yeah, let's have a look and see.
As I say, I'll bring up the batting card at the end of this over, as long as Noel hasn't got a replay to show us.
No, there's been 9 extras so far.
Loud early call of no from Hollins, and that will see out the 18th over with the score on 81 for 3. As promised, here is the Pembroke batting card to date. And you see, well, people getting in and then getting out again. Well, Ethan Clark, he got a very good ball from Carpe for LBW, and he was out in the 4th over for when the score was on 17. McDarragh was next out then with the score on 27, and Samuel got departed with the score on 65. You see Hollins and Tucker are the 2 batsmen in at the moment, and as James says, extras have just reached double figures.
Well, it's not the horror show that
Oh, looking for the Gardens tucker on this occasion.
it's a bit slower than he anticipated. Got through the shot too quick.
He was looking for it, that was for sure.
There is a man deep square, but there's no one on the boundary
Nobody
past
at
him.
Cow.
No one at Cow.
You have selected a car park, would seem to be the ideal shot.
Yeah, but the scorecard there is not anywhere near as horrific as it was yesterday. That was really scary reading yesterday.
Could be.
This one
Oh,
wide.
he's gone really wide for that, and he's got an edge. And again, another Pembroke batsman not waiting for the umpire's decision, but heading off to the pavilion. Sorry, James, you were saying.
I was going to say that's almost identical to the previous one. They got Sunil Gupta out. It was the ball that was going across the line of the batsman. He reached for it, should have let it go. Obviously, he'll be saying that to himself as he gets back into the shed.
It's so wide,
Yeah.
and he just gets a toe of the bat to it. Much easier catch for the keeper this time. The dive. You can see Hollins is actually asking for a drink before the catch is completed.
Yeah. He knows.
It was fairly obvious that what was going to happen there. And Pembroke find themselves a 4th wicket down with 81 on the board. And again, this pitch, it's, you know, subsiding, I think is the word.
Well, fair play to the Railway. That's 2 balls that have, well, 2 batsmen now failed to do a very similar ball. They should, you know, Freddie is just tempting and then gives them that one to sort of think, well, that's a loose ball, I better go over after it. And so far he's been very successful in getting wickets.
Well, next man in at the crease, Pembroke, as far as I know, is the Pembroke record holder for the highest individual score in a league game. 217 Rob Kelly scored when he was 18 or 19 years old. Very hard to match up to that then afterwards. Free-flowing batsman. He scored his massive score back in when, as I say, when he was 18, 19.
Just plays this one back to the bowler, no run.
It was a game for the first 11 out in Rush, and it subsequently saw him selected for the Under-19 World Cup. As I say, very difficult to live up to that standard once you start that high up.
First down leg.
Well, the umpire started walking straight away. Not out there, but Afridi, you can see his tail is up at the moment. Left-hander to left-hander now. Okay.
Yeah, you can smell blood.
Coming in at number 6 today, Rob Kelly. There's still plenty of potential batting in the Pembroke card.
Oh, there's batting all the way down to the number 11 one, we suspect,
But somebody's got to stand up and do it. Turn potential into actual.
well, you wouldn't mind so much if it was 4 for 150, for instance, but 4 for 80 leaves a long amount of time for the so the bowler just pulls out of his run up there. There's so much time that Pembroke now needs to keep batting and don't lose any more wickets. They need to have some in the shed going into the last sort of 5 to 10.
Kelly onto that one very quickly, and it goes down to Covers' corner and down towards what I would call the Cuttings corner. That's where all the grass was kept.
Yeah, just...
You going on home, are you?
Nice shot. Whips it off the legs, picks up a boundary. Anyway, good over there for Railway.
See you later on.
Wicket taken. Freddie now has figures after his 5 of 25 for 2 or 2 for 25. Take your pick.
Well, he
You
has
feel him
2 for 25.
He does indeed. 19 overs gone. 85 for 4.
Still plenty of overs to go.
Yeah, Pembroke are making it a little bit more difficult for themselves now. If they want to get up to that very, very defendable total of 250 plus, maybe that might be a bit beyond them now, but there's still lots of batting. But I think Hollands here, it's going to have to fall onto his shoulders. He's the key. There's a lot of talent to come, so they just need to get the drinks, really.
Another one going too short. There is a man down there at the boundary. Hit straight to him, but Hollands picks up another one. Moves him on to 28.
That was a good shot, actually, because he kept that down.
Yep.
He tried to hit it to 6 and get a catching opportunity. He just rolled the wrists. Happy to pick up a single.
The drums are gone, at least for now. Wind balance now.
Oh yeah, it will give people at home some idea of just how breezy it is out there. You can see a few of the players' shirts rippling in the wind. Certainly rippling in the wind down here. Oh, another one flashing off the side edge of the bat. And the man at third does enough to stop it crossing the rope. 87.
Kelly's showing his intent. I'm not going to be shackled down.
Oh, there's the band again. They obviously heard that we were turning up the ground mics. Lads, back on the drums, back on the drums. Nicely played.
Yeah, just out to mid-wicket sort of region. No run. Wow, it is really getting some
Breezy,
strong,
isn't it?
very breezy at the moment. Strong wind coming across the ground, shaking those trees behind the clubhouse.
Shocked how unwobbly the camera is.
Yeah, I know. It's actually holding its own really well, the camera. Stability of the camera.
Hollands down the track again, as he has been all innings. Gets in front of that one. Umpire signals.
Yeah, it's really going to make it difficult for any LBW sort of appeals, isn't he? It's like almost 13 feet down the track.
Yeah. Again, just that one tucking off the hip. This will be of help to Pembroke as well. They have a left-hand, right-hand combination in there.
Yeah, well, it's tough for a bowler to have to adjust their line. And
Yeah.
the Clerk's bowling pretty well, though.
Just completing his 5th now. Only 18 runs taken from him.
This one just defended back to the bowler for no run. And that's the end of the over. 20 are down. 88 for 4.
Well, at 20 over mark, let's just have a look again at that Pembroke batting card. And that is the story of the first innings so far after 20 overs. 10 extras, 78 off the bat, and top scoring at the moment, Greg Hollands. And he's looking for somebody to stick with him for a while. Change of bowling now at the St John's end. I think we're going to see some D. Mishra. I don't know, do you have his first name there, James?
Darryl.
Hmm? No, not really. Take the pressure off it. Yeah.
Big Amber.
Dig Amber, that's a good name. So Disang Mishra is going to be coming on. More seam from the St John's end. Driven down to mid-off first ball.
Yeah, just a dot. I thought they might have brought in a bit more of a spin attack at some stage.
Just to mix it up,
Yeah.
perhaps. Just 5 overs to drinks now, of course. Inside edge onto the pads, runs away down to the leg side, and they'll just get through for the single.
Just mistiming that one a bit.
Yeah, not quite where he wanted, but he'll take the single and, as I say, remain unflustered.
Moves on to 30 now, so he's setting a really good foundation for himself and for the Pembroke team.
As I say, he's just looking for somebody to stick with him for a while. Is that man going to be Kelly?
Just smothers that one and gets the ball in the back of his freckle. Passes the bat to the bowler. I think just sort of looking at the bails there to see if they're staying on or they.
No, I think when the bowler threw the ball and it came off Rob and ran into the stump, and that removed that bail, and Rob just replacing it.
Well, attempted slow ball maybe. Anyway, played on the offside. They pick up a single. There's a man in the deep there.
Left-handed batsmen always look good, don't they? Always a certain style to watching a left-hander. That's probably why we all think we look good in front of the bedroom mirror. Oh, it's in the air, and it just clears the fielder
risky.
And runs away to the boundary. Oh, his heart would have been in his throat for a moment there.
It was a bit risky, that shot, but he got away with it.
Here it is again. Holland's moving from 30 to 34, courtesy of, well, a close one. He went for it.
He didn't quite get the connection that he was hoping
And
to
it was
get.
just above the fingers of the fielder. And once it beat him, it was going to run away to the boundary. Back live now. One thudding into the bottom glove.
Got a bit more lift than he anticipated. Well, he survives that over. 21 down, 94 for 4. And from a Pembroke's point of view, they really need Hollands to stay there. There's lots of batting to come, but it's always a lot easier when you've got a very established set batsman with you.
4 overs to drinks, and I think another change of bowling to come. And I think you might see your wish, James, of seeing some spin.
Hamza Man.
He's chosen the right end to bowl from, that's for sure. The wind behind his back, which means anything lifted down the ground is going to be held up by the wind, and it is a strong wind.
And it's a bigger boundary on that side as well, on the offside.
However, he's bowling to the left-hander, and the left-hander, Rob Kelly, will be eyeing up the gardens, I feel.
Or at least the roof of the clubhouse, maybe. Again,
and the other place being Con's Nook. I think he likes to play that one as well. If there's one outside his off stump, I can see him driving in the air that way. Otherwise, you might see the sweep coming out. Oh.
That was so good we didn't even see it.
Yeah. You've got to let go of it, mate. So now he's had his practice. There we go. Sweep straight away, round the corner. Fielder gets to it and keeps it in the field of play just about.
Yep.
But Kelly very easily picks up 2 runs for that. And I do think you will see plenty of the sweep shot here.
Well, there's 2 men on the fence. One, you'd have to say, kind of a square leg for the left-hander, and one sort of... This one's a bit slower ball, got through the shot too quick, and oohs and ahs from the fielders there, thinking it might have been half out of the field. And there's a man right down there in cow corner. Or cow corner for the lefty. So they're going to bring out the man who was.
Now, that has opened up a big stretch of pitch behind square on both sides. There's a leg slip in place. But there's nothing behind him, really.
I get this around the corner from him. Yeah, there you go. There's a single there every day.
Just pushed out to square leg. 3 fielders collide. Picking it up. And the best laid plans of mice and men, well, they're going to have to start again.
Excuse me.
Are we keeping you up, James?
Yeah.
No, the wind, when it's like that, fresh like that, does induce the yawn. Again, powerfully hit through the offside. Same fielder having to do the work for the left-hander and the right-hander. Another single taken.
Good fielder, that young guy. You know, to see why he's out there, he's very quick. He's got very reliable hands.
Oh, that's what you get, isn't it? When you have youth on your side.
So floated up, but just, oh yep, gets past the mid-wicket fielder. Direct hit. But the batsman made it through really easily for a single. No worries there.
Pembroke closing in on triple figures. Second over, the run rate over 4.5. So nothing wrong with the run rate at this stage, I'd say.
This one played up the point, but there was a man there and there's no run. Nice loud call in here by these two batters, not leaving any doubt. So 99 for 4 off 22.
Good first over for the leg spinner.
Yeah.
He was helped out by his fielders a couple of times, but only 5 off that over. 99 for 4 off 22 overs. 3 overs remaining until drinks, and 2 of them, I suspect, will be bowled by
your man.
Yeah, your man. Disamber, number 24. He was the guy who was all athletic earlier on, James, in the field.
Right.
Now,
if only he could get that flourish into his bowling.
And let go of the ball and cartwheel off to the side.
Propel it down. Kelly to face. Someone just worked off the pads onto the leg side. They come through probably for a leg bye, is it?
Yeah.
Yes, it is.
And there's the signal from the umpire.
And that brings up the 100 for Pembroke.
Yay!
Yay! Ooh, that's the crowd goes wild. Collins now back on strike. He's moved to 35. Looking very solid. Comes down, advances down again and hits it on the air, and it just gets in the fingertips of the man, sort of in a gully region. You can't hold on to it, and they get through for a single. Holland's living dangerously now. I'm sure this is the wisest bit of batting that he could ever do. He watch this replay again. Gets it up, just gets the absolute fingertips. Very lucky. Railway will be encouraged. Almost got another wicket there. This one just played away to behind point and no run.
Defrost while you're at it.
Yes. Holland's almost got caught then. Big wild shot and down to sort of gully and just got the fingertips of the fielder. Oh, this one's an inside edge and it was French cut. They get through for a single. Holland's very quick to call him through.
Kelly wasn't quite ready for a run there. He was still analysing his shot and how the ball ended up where it did.
Well, I just think that whole thing of like, where is the ball? You know? Run.
And that's where you just put your trust in your partner and head on.
short one to Hollins, who crunches it out to the cover region, but there is a man there and there's no run.
Yeah, you could see the intent there. He almost sort of put himself in the wrong position with his coming down the track. Yep. Still no sign of the bar opening as yet on a bank holiday Sunday.
It's on way down leg. Unfortunately, he probably got something on that, so it won't be a wide.
Keeper did well to get there as well.
Yeah, good work by the keeper. He's been very good today.
23 overs gone then, 102 for 4. Greg Hollins has moved on to 36. He's faced a half century of deliveries, and Robin Kelly is 11 off 15. Pembroke, well, you'd have to say it's on as even again still. No, neither side really getting hold of this game.
No, it's very evenly matched at this stage. It's so important though. The first thing that Pembroke need to do is like survive the next 2 overs without.
Yeah, get to drinks,
get to
please.
Drinks. That's all you want to concentrate at the moment. It's all that matters. Railway, exactly the opposite. Can we get one more going into drinks? Can they be 5 down going into drinks? If that's the case, then you'd feel like we're in control.
Certainly on top anyway. Kelly sweeping again, down to square leg. Young fielder again, doing a fine job.
And with number 3 in his back. Very good. Just keeps it to 1. He's got a hell of a lot of ground to patrol and he does a very good job of it.
Well, not much is getting past him at the moment.
No.
Wind howling into our commentary position at the moment. Well, this one was pitched up more and Hollins takes advantage and drives it down the ground. The fielder does pick it up very nicely one-handed and returns it, but they get through for 2. Nice shot. That will move Hollins on to 38.
See, it's a bit of a wobble there, a bit of a shake of the camera. The wind has really picked up. Not that it's ever died down, but it's just now.
Breezy day, that's for sure. This one tossed up again, but this time outside off stump and left well enough alone by the right-hander Hollins. Yes, the clouds really are being kept away from Sydney Parade by this breeze, and that's a big shot down the ground.
And no one's getting that.
And that is 6 onto the total, and Hollins obviously realising that they're just 9 balls before drinks, decides now's the time to go onto the attack.
It was a great shot though.
Yeah, super shot, picked the right delivery, it was there to be driven, and he drove it straight back down the ground. This time, cut away, it's in the air, and it bounces just in front of the fielder.
They do get through for a single, but had their heart in the second one where I think he would have had his heart in his throat there.
Well, the score was 1-1-1 when he gave that chance, and they just managed to get away with it, and the score also moving off Nelson.
You know what we're saying about
seeing it through to drinks.
Well, also being fielding on the ring.
Yes.
If he had been in 2 more steps, he would have caught that potentially, or had more of a chance to. But anyway, Hollins survives and survives well. He's now on the 45. Brings Kelly on strike. This one is.
They've both decided they've had enough of this spinner.
And this one's gone over the fence.
Well,
massive hit.
Not getting that one back. Kelly picking up. Anything you can do, I can do better.
That's the base. I kept this one.
Here is the first of those 2 sixes this over, and just clearing the front foot and going all the way down the ground. Beautiful 6, and then Kelly following it up 2 balls later with 1 into the gardens. Well, the players are going to take drinks, I think, at that stage. That makes sense. They're going to have to go and find another ball anyway. So it looks like the players are going to head off to the sideline. Mr. Whaley, how are you this afternoon? Merv Whaley, increasing the crowd by, I think, 33%. And as the players take drinks with the score on 1-1-8 for 4 after 24. After a brief word from James, we'll leave you for a minute.
Yeah, go put the kettle on, everyone. Get a biscuit. We'll be back in a few minutes.
$118 for 4 after 24 overs at this Cup quarter-final game between Pembroke's second 11 and Railway's second 11. Railway and Steam Packet Union from across Park Avenue. They had the shortest journey, I'd suggest, in cricket today. And they be happy enough having taken 4 wickets in those first 24 overs. But that 24th over did go for 16 runs.
Yeah, great over for Pembroke. Losing a few balls though.
Yeah, Robin Kelly and Greg Hollins both finding maximums in that over. As they say on the ECN, Maximo! I have to say, not keen on that word.
Yeah, not either. Yeah, I think it's a bit. Well, yeah, let's not go
A bit
there.
American.
Yeah.
But, hey, it works for them. And
Anywho.
They do see a lot more sixes than we do.
Yes, they do.
ECN, for those of you out there, is the European Cricket Network. Daniel Weston and his band of merry men organising cricket around Europe.
They've done a great job, haven't they?
Absolutely
It's
fabulous.
a brilliant
fabulous.
little...
He used to be a hedge fund manager, and now he's taken on this ECN. And his view is that if he gets a sort of 0.5% of the viewing figures, say in India,
Could be quite lucrative.
then it's lucrative,
Yeah.
and they can make money on it. It's currently shown sometimes on Premier Sports, I think. One of those. Certainly at Willow Cricket in the States.
Yep. No, it's a great franchise and lots of fun. It's very entertaining. Yeah, it's the ultimate slog sweep.
And in fact, the games that were played on Friday in Dublin, in Leinster, the T20 Alan Murray, the winner of that goes forward to the All-Ireland against the winner of the Northwest, to the NCU and Munster, and they play semi-finals final. And the winner of that All-Ireland T20 is actually invited to the ECN.
Did you see that Dan Murray was in one of those?
Yeah, he played in the British and Irish
Yeah,
Lions, I suppose, for want of a better word.
yeah, version of that team for the cricket.
Always nice to go out there to Malaga. Super little venue they have there. Played on a mat. But then again, it has to be. I mean, they play so much cricket out there.
Yeah.
You'd need such an enormous square otherwise. So, yeah, played on a mat, all bowling from one end. And
With the world's
sixes.
biggest bats.
Yeah, sixes galore. Galore.
Anyway, railway to continue now. To Kelly.
Hollins, the right-hander.
Oh, sorry,
facing.
Hollins. I was just looking at the name. Didn't even look at him.
Cuts down to third. And that
Well, that
will
would-
bring the left-hander Robin Kelly.
That would make sense because Kelly hit a 6 off the last ball of the last over, so he would have been off strike.
Just checking his middle guard, adding to the trench in front of middle.
Kelly now gone into he was 18 off 17. This one just played back to the bowler. Well defended, well bowled, good cricket all round.
Oh, there you go. Cricket the winner.
Yes.
A few Pembroke players sitting out in the sun now, showing that it is actually quite warm here. If you can stay out of the wind, I think. And even
Stay in the sun.
stay in the sun is the secret. Stay out of the shade today.
This one going down leg. It's not even close to being near the stumps.
Well, the umpire walking away quite quickly, often a sign. I thought there was two noises, to be honest with you.
Well, there's a lot wrong with that. Take your pick, really.
Well, it came off the bat.
Came off the bat to start with, and it was going to miss leg anyway.
But apart from that,
Apart from that, was a pretty rubbish sort of appeal. You know? No, it's a good appeal actually, but it's just an appeal for what?
so there's
He's
Park,
done the course.
there's Park Avenue Derby. Pembroke and Railway.
Very watchful there by Hollins. The ball tended to come back a little bit as it went past the batter, but he's happy to just let that one go through to the keeper for a dot. Hollins now on 46.
It's just that one shot away from what it's been a gritty innings.
It has been.
It's had flashes of brilliance. We saw that 6 in the previous over.
Then there's a beautiful ball like that, just misses the outside edge of the batter and goes through to the keeper. Everyone can't believe that didn't get an edge. Probably even Hollins himself. And it's all about rebuilding and restarting after you've had a drinks break.
Another one flashing past the edge of his bat through to the keeper. Bowler is disappointed not to take the wicket. Batsman probably relieved to see it through to the end of the over, and they move on again. 120 for 4 after 25. They have already taken drinks, and so we will just continue on. And these two now have put on 39 for the 5th wicket. And it was at the 5th wicket yesterday as well for Pembroke that sort of put on the majority of the runs, and Phil Blackley and Luke Murray were together for a long time. Perhaps these two are going to do the same for Pembroke. Rob Kelly has moved on to 19 from just 19 deliveries, but the senior partner and the man who is the backbone of the Pembroke innings thus far, Greg Hollins, 46 from 58 deliveries, 120 for 4 of 25 at a rate of 4.8, which is a very respectable run rate at this stage. It's just a partnership that Pembroke need. The leg spinner deciding to go around the wicket, and as soon as Kelly had beaten the man in the ring, nobody else was going to stop it before it reached the fence. 4 runs from the first ball, and you can see the bowler has decided to come around the wicket to Kelly.
He was under this quick, wasn't he?
And he just saw how short it was and helped it on its way.
It's almost like he bottom-edged that as a, you know.
Yeah, it wasn't a clean hit. If it had been a clean hit, I would have feared for the bar windows, to be honest. Oh, Kelly has missed one.
Played all over that, and he's been bowled. And the bowler is delighted. Stuck to his plan. And Kelly fell for it. Crossed the line. Probably as you miss one of those sweep shots and it's all over.
Well, it went through onto the stumps, and Rob Kelly on his way, and that will bring young Dan Murray to the crease. His brother played a big starring role yesterday for the thirds, and here we see now the spin of man tossed up there. Kelly went for it.
It just wasn't there to be
It's
swept.
just too full, wasn't one to be swept, and it got through the defences and went onto the stumps. Yep, Dan Murray, his brother Luke, did well with bat and ball yesterday, bowled with real aggression and pace until he felt his hamstring and immediately removed himself from the pitch. And I think that was the difference between a Pembroke win and a Pembroke loss yesterday.
Yes, I think you're absolutely right.
He had 2 overs left, and if he'd been allowed to bowl those, I think Pembroke may have found themselves on the right side of the result. However, it's Dan today, and let's see what Dan can contribute. Hollins still looking for a partner who's going to stick around with him. Those two did manage to put on 43. A decent partnership, but not earth-shattering. Pembroke really need another big one.
Nice.
Yeah. So, Balburney's Ash. Oh, look, Candy Balburney is on crutches.
Yeah, she's been a bit injured for a few weeks now.
Out with the grandson.
Just trying to teach him the etiquette of cricket, not to go in front of the side screen while the bowler is bowling.
Yeah, don't go in front of the side screen, and don't get between Daddy and the TV. Yeah. Those are the two.
Yeah. This one's floated up, but it's played away nicely on the offside. This gets past point to the man on the boundary. They'll pick up a 1.
Good start for Murray.
Yeah. Get the set batsman on strike.
Murray, of course, won awards, I think, last year for his batting.
Oh, he was in the form of his life last year. He was amazing. He was like what Darren Cosgrave is doing this year. He's just getting runs and runs and runs. And this one he's played to the same region for Hollins. Picks up a single. That was a nice shot, actually, just to cut it away there.
Some darker clouds entering our airspace. Let's hope that they stay away, although the wind seems to be blowing some of them towards us. This time the man in the ring does the fielding.
How are you?
Good, mate. How to see? How's things?
All good?
Yeah, all good, mate. All good, yeah. Just in the balance at the moment.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, so we're lucky enough to have a superstar of the game with us at the moment. Just popped in to say hello. It's JJ Garth.
No, it's a better lead.
That'll scare him off, but yeah.
Well, 26 overs gone, 1-2-6 for 5. Dan Murray finding himself in the middle now, joining Greg Hollins, who's on 47. And yes, that was a good partnership for Pembroke, but they need more, and they need bigger partnerships. if they're going to push this on now to anywhere near a score that they can defend.
Well, yeah, you want at least a 50 or 60 run partnership now, at least.
Yep.
Maybe even more.
Still 24 overs to go, so even if they only doubled their score, they're up to 250, and that would be there or thereabouts.
Well, I think you can defend that.
But they'll be looking for more than that, I think.
Well, the condition of the ground is so good and it's nice and dry. The outfield's going to be quick, so you need big runs. It's nicely played away to the cover fieldsman, but I'm sorry, to the point fieldsman, but there's no run.
I think you need.
Outside yesterday, 143 was par for this pitch.
Well, it was par for that level of cricket, and if that's the case, are we looking at a similar below 200 score again, and it being a tight game?
Maybe.
Holland's pushing one into the gap. More footballing skills on display from the railway side.
Good shot there by Hollands. He came down the wicket, and you'd sort of think in most cases that it'd be followed by a big swing, but he knew the ball wasn't there to be hit like that. Just played it away to the offside. Happy for a single.
Pushing it into the gap and taking the run on offer.
It's also it makes the bowler have to start thinking about, is this the right option? Is this the right ball? Getting to the head of the bowler is always good as a batsman.
Yeah, the clouds definitely are massing. As Murray using a straight bat, but a wrong line. Sees one go through to the keeper. Keeper's helmet just looks weird, yellow on the ground like that.
Yes.
Looks more like a bollard than a helmet.
Keep thinking it's a football.
Yeah.
Those rubber shows.
Yeah.
Footballs.
Yeah, garage football. Again,
A flashing back from Zorro.
yeah, that wasn't a very wise sort of shot. It was wide, and he's deliberately trying to entice Murray to have that shot and get an edge, maybe.
That's what he's looking for, the bowler. Looking for another one through to the keeper, and we know the keeper can hold them.
Keeper's done a great job today.
He's been tidy down the leg side, and he's caught anything that's been in his wheelhouse.
Been very impressive.
And in
with him,
fact,
actually.
they're putting a slip in for Murray now on account of those last two shots that he's played.
Yeah. This is good by Railway. However,
Instead, he drifts onto the legs and lets Murray get off strike with just a push round the corner.
Yeah, it's what can you say when you have a bowler who doesn't stick to his own plan?
Yeah, he's the one who had the plan.
Yeah.
I don't know what he did there.
Yeah, just somehow I bashed the table and it disconnected the left-hand side speaker off my headphones. But anyway, we're back in stereo. Hollands again.
And again, he's coming down the track to the bowler. Just pushed out, just a single taken. A different fine young fielder doing the work out on the boundary. End of the over, 27 gone, 1-2-8 for 5. As the local Roslers go chasing to yet another emergency somewhere in the south of Dublin.
You cut up a tree, maybe. Yeah, it has got a bit darker now. These clouds have come through and it's a little bit cooler.
Hopefully the wind has dropped as well. Never like to see that.
No.
Generally means there's rain on its way. I'd like to see the wind picking up and blowing all these clouds over the Irish Sea. That's a bit wide, played away again.
The man in the deep.
And that is Greg Hollands' half century. It gets a round of applause from his teammates on the bench. Well, not the most extravagant of celebrations from Pembroke or Greg Hollands, but 50 that's been well earned.
Murray navigates that ball back to the bowler well. Nice straight bat. Good defence. Reverse sweep, and that's a cheeky shot, and one bounce 4.
Oh, the
confidence of youth.
Absolute. That is amazing. That's come out of nowhere in this game. I mean,
he's only been there for 5 minutes. Look at this great shot.
Well, he top edged it as well, but it does give the bowler a lot to think about. And
that's just mucked your line up a bit, isn't it?
Yeah, what do you do now?
Well played.
And that's fabulous. What a response, what a mature response. Having hit that 4 there, surely the temptation is to take him on again. Ha ha ha.
Yeah.
And he didn't. He just played him out on the offside. And now the temperature has dropped a couple of degrees as one is tossed up, and Murray again not succumbing to the temptation. And I get the feeling it won't be very long indeed before rain starts falling on Sydney Parade. Murray again keeping it out. He's got his 4, sees it through for the rest of the over. The score has moved on to 134 for 5.
Yeah, temperature feels like it's dropped about 5 or so degrees, hasn't it? Maybe even more.
You can see those clouds there on the screen now.
They are
threatening.
Yeah, well, at least the breeze, like you say, it's picked up and it may start pushing this through, but is it going to be enough?
Right. If we have to, you go that way and start there.
Yep.
I'll go to that corner and start there, and Niall can do the other corner.
I can get a towel.
Deshamba now, bowling from the St John's end into his I think it may be his 5th over as well. Mahan, the spinner at the far end, 1 for 32 from his 4 overs. The wicket of Robin Kelly.
He's taken a bit of stick, but he has got the wicket. Full toss to Holland, who plays away on the leg side. It's the fielder gets a hand on it and stops it from becoming a run.
Got an off on it, didn't he?
Yeah, he did.
And Simit Kumar doing the backing up. Oh, that's short. Holland's looking, and again that didn't come off the meat of the bat at all. You could hear it. It was a real sort of shot. It was a bat breaker. That's the sort of one which takes a big lump off the corner of your bat.
Yeah, I was trying to get that in between the mid-on and the mid-wicket, but this went straight to mid-on. It's a horrible sound. Just didn't get the timing right of that at all. You'd be very disappointed not to have picked up runs with that ball like that. This one down leg, and great effort there by the keeper again. He has to do like a soccer goalie sort of pose.
Yep. Just pushing it round the post for a corner, I think, would be the equivalent. And they get through for 2 runs because it was signalled as a wide quite correctly, that far down the leg side. Mishra just trying too hard there, I think.
Yeah, the keeper reminds you of one Kevin Ryan, having to do that for the last X amount of decades. Still does it now. Still best keeper in the club. Oh, no, inside edge. It's the only thing that saved him, I think, there.
Oh, that was very close and very tight.
Watch this again.
Courtesy of Noel Walsh instant replays.
Good ball, but just got a little tickle on it.
Just a bit of inside edge. That's all that could have saved him, really. Otherwise, he was in big trouble.
Sort of across the line a bit there. It would have been a glorious shot if you had a middle of it, but he didn't. So it's fine margins.
Now Murray again. You can see the bowler now searching for that LBW, going full length in at the feet.
Just a bit of a slightly slower ball, that one. Or maybe it was just a bit of deception.
Is there a chance these clouds are high enough not to dump on us? Drifting. There's a bit of blue behind them. Let's hope that the rain stays away. It doesn't feel like it at the moment. Short, didn't really get up. Good call.
But played Just to the offside to just past point, and they pick up a single. Quite a good over from Railway there, just the 3 from it. 2 of those conceded from wides.
These two still establishing themselves as...
Are you hearing any raindrops on the roof there?
Did I hear? I heard something
Yeah.
then. There is the batting card to date. Still Whaley, Flanagan, Tucker and Murphy, all of whom can bat.
They can. So,
Let's hope they don't have to,
but not for
But-
a long while anyway.
but we'll wait and see what happens.
21 overs left to go.
Mahan back on, unsurprisingly, at the nursery end. 137 for 5. Pembroke not grabbing this game by the scruff of the neck so far.
Oh,
And Holland's
Murray.
calling him through after something that got past everybody, I think. Is there
that was
leg
quite a-
by?
Yeah,
Leg by is signalled.
it was quite a horrible shot. That it was reminiscent of Rob Kelly getting out.
Yeah, again, it's that. Ooh.
Very lucky. You got to pick those sweep shots well. You know, the fine margins between a great shot or a wicket going down.
Is that John Martin doing some gardening there? Not that I recognise him from that view. Mervyn. Merv Whaley's doing some work in the John Martin garden.
This one just defended off to the cover region and no run. Floated up there and just defended nicely. Good length by the bowler.
The boy's doing good. That blue sky becoming more prominent off to the west. But the cloud has yet to get past us as Hollins pulls one round down to Cover's corner and it reaches the rope. And that's a fine shot from him and gets him moving again. He's just sort of almost becalmed. And here is that shot.
Yeah, just a bit too short. He picked up early the length and got enough aerial elevation on it just to get past everyone and just frustrate the fielder who almost got there but not enough.
Yeah, this always keeps the fielder interested. This time played away on the offside. Through for the single.
Did it sort of hit his foot, the fielder's foot there?
It bounced off something.
Yeah.
Usually when you see a bounce like that, it's because it's come off the edge of the mat or something. But that, as you say, seemed to be more a foot
Yeah, it's
getting in the
definitely
way.
foot got in the way and allowed a single.
Murray now to face.
Just defended out there. Just cover region. That's the end of the over.
Well, look at what the score is. 143. That was par score yesterday. And at the moment, yep, the wind picking up again as those clouds
You have to think
get
that
closer and closer.
par might have to be that with an extra 100 runs, not today.
Well, a return for Kumar. He opened the bowling earlier on and he's back on now from the St John's end, which is where he started. His first spell was what, 5 overs?
Yes. I think this is good from the captain. Shake things up a bit, try and get Murray out before he gets too set.
And also, with the overcast conditions that we have, seam bowling might be the way to go.
Yep. Well, we really are 50-50 here with the rain, I think. I can feel a little bit of moisture in the air.
Smurf.
Digging for gold. Holland's to face.
These two would have faced each other in the nets a few times, I suggest.
That ball just played down the point for no run. Can Kumar get the movement that he was getting in his first spell? He was moving the ball nicely.
Conditions in his favour anyway.
Again, there's that trap. Sorry.
Yeah, it's the one dragging the batsman into the drive shot without moving his feet too much. Hollins again considering his response to that delivery. Having a severe little talking to there.
They've lost 2 wickets from the other bowler for that shot.
It's been the downfall of, as James says, a couple of Pembroke batsmen. This time squeezed out the leg side. Square leg comes in. Oh, the wind really picking up now. Not quite gazebo lifting wind, but then again we haven't put the walls up yet.
No. Probably the only thing that's saving it, really.
Yeah.
But it is getting quite Baltic.
That and the 90 pounds of weights we have stuck on each corner.
Well, Murray, did he?
Ah, he's done it. There's another
He's
one.
got it through. Yeah, I thought
Oh, the keeper's put it down.
he did edge it. I thought. And I thought
He has, and Murray was
Oh.
heading off to the dressing rooms, but the keeper has in fact put that one down. My word.
It's
This-
the easiest one he's had to take, and he's loved it. Yeah,
Edge is there, and then down.
just lost his balance, and
Murray heading off to the dressing room, gets a reprieve.
well, that's a.
My, he's living on the edge here at the moment, Daniel Murray. He's using all of his bats here. Thick edge and thin edge. But he's still there.
A bit of luck there for the young man.
My goodness.
Fair play to Kumar. He's making things happen. And it's the only blemish I think that the keeper's made today. And it happened to be probably the easiest opportunity.
Hollins with a big swipe, and that one kept a bit low. That is the end of Kumar's over. As James says, an interesting over. 145 for 5.
Could have been so easily 145 for 6.
Very easily. Murray was on his way. Bat was tucked under the arm. The recriminations in his head had already started. And the keeper then showed him that the ball had hit the turf. He got a reprieve, another life. And very next ball, he decided to use that extra life.
Yeah, and almost give it away.
Cloud really very much over the top of Sydney Parade now. Breeze really has picked up and hopefully is going to push that cloud across. There's a couple of drops of moisture. Not so much rain, but just errant drops.
The message from the first captain, Paul Lawson. Watching from Munich Airport after 50 pints with Dermot last night. Hoping Flash, Kevin Peterson, Murray clashes in on that reprieve. Hope everything's well. Everyone's well.
Well, probably weller than you are in Munich Airport.
Yes.
But,
a bit on the green side maybe, but that's all for a good cause.
Well, let's
Good
hope that
victory.
Murray does make the most of that reprieve.
And
Jack deciding very sensibly, Jack Tector, to put his gear away finally. Oh, that's a lovely sweep round the corner. It beats the fielder on, and it's going to reach the fence, and that will take Hollins on to 60. And Pembroke on to a very nice 150 for 5. And there is the rain, folks.
Right,
Back
okay.
in a minute. Well, whilst James and Niall continue waterproofing the centre, try and keep up with you. It's just fine drizzle arriving there at the moment, and I don't think it will last too long. It might not even force the players from the pitch. There is something loose on the left-hand side, that's for sure. I don't know what it is. But new bowler, Zaman, is on from the nursery end. Dan Murray facing, yes, a little bit of moisture in the air there now.
get my jumper on, I think.
Oh, Didn't drive down, so I haven't got my coats even. Very slow ball. Driven nicely. Murray onto it straight away. 4 runs. Runs away beautifully. That one ends the 32nd over. And that is a good over for Pembroke. Murray and Hollins starting to put together a bit of a partnership, starting to survive a bit longer. And after 32 overs, the score 155 for 5. 10 runs coming from that first over. Kumar to continue. He had an eventful over last time, into his 7th now.
Ball to me.
Kumar, left arm over. Just the one success for him so far. Although there were a few raindrops, you're pushing the whole thing down now, the whole leg down. Yeah, I know.
Ball, boy.
There.
Kumar's doing well again.
Yeah. Yep.
After all that little bit of drama with the rain and wind and...
Well, this is not a drill.
No, this is a drill.
It was good exercise at getting the gazebo watertight at the first sign of rain.
Well, that's good running. Great running by Murray. He was like a leopard there. Turned, there was 2 on offer there, 2 called straight away, and he made sure that he got back. He had to run to the danger end there and was well and truly home, but good pressure. Pembroke put it onto the fielding side. It's good to see.
Oh, edged, and the keeper this time can't quite get his hand to it. It was almost a reaction replay of the spectacular catch he took earlier, but on this occasion, his hand, just the ends of his fingers, wasn't enough to get hold of the ball.
An extra inch. That's what he need. And Kumar's hands to the head. Can't believe that he just couldn't get the result. Good bowling.
Got the edge, and it's just outside the keeper's reach.
It was a great effort.
And back live now.
Bit of luck there for Hollins. And again,
oh, this one is steered away from the keeper, runs away to the boundary, and that, I think you could describe that exactly right. Cheeky.
I think that's rubbing salt in the wound, isn't it? Well, that's just a wider version of the previous delivery.
And he has deliberately steered that past the keeper. Perhaps a bit finer than he wanted, but he had that in his mind, and that's what he did.
And talk about the bowler's reaction, it's like, kick me while I'm down.
Absolutely. And the score moves on to 162 for 5. And these two doing a super job for their side now. Wow. They came together when the score was 124. So they're put together 38 now. Another decent partnership, but one that Pembroke want to go on, James.
Yeah, these guys got to be in there. You know, you want to be in...
If they could be there in 7 overs.
Early to the mid-40s.
Yeah. Another 7 overs of these two at least. Perhaps putting on another 40 or 50.
That will allow freedom for the rest of the squad. This one down the leg side, and it's swept away nicely. This one...
Well, they're going to come back for 2. Hollins calls very early, very quickly.
Turns blind, but he's pretty confident to get back. He moves on to 66. As the police go past, or someone goes past, an ambulance.
Yeah. Somebody's wearing a mankini on Sandymount Strand.
Yeah.
Somebody's called the police. I mean, I wouldn't wear one on the beaches of Australia, but certainly to wear something that small on the beaches of Ireland would be very brave.
Yeah. Well defended.
playing that one off the back foot, letting the spin take, and then just playing it back to the bowler. Bowler looking to get through his over quickly. This is far more economical over than his first was, that was for sure.
Yeah, that's a nice shot. Just played away on the leg side at the square.
And just be a single again. Picking up these runs as and when he can is Hollins. He moves on to 67.
Murray now, who's moved on to 17. A little bit of luck going his way. A little bit of it's a good shot. Just defended out there to the cover region for no run. See off the over. Haven't seen any more reverse sweeps come out of him yet, but I'm sure there's one there somewhere.
I'd say there is. Well, we have a seagull in front of us here today. I don't know if it's the original Sammy or son of Sam. Niall's deciding how much gazebo to take down.
Tear down those walls, Mr. President.
Oh, we're going to get the wind again now.
Yeah. Anyway,
there we go. That's all good.
165 for 5 off 34 as Kumar continues. Will he have success this over? It's played away on the offside there to the cover region for no run.
Well, the other thing is, of course, your opening bowler now only has 3 overs remaining. You're using one of them now. Are you going to keep him on or make a change? Or
Wow, yeah.
what are you going to be left with at the end? That's driven down the ground. There is a long off, and he will collect that and keep it to a single.
Well, I'd be thinking if he doesn't get a wicket this time, I'll keep 2 up his sleeve and I'll give him a rest for another 4 or 5 overs, and then maybe if we do have a breakthrough, I'll bring him on, try to clean up the tail. That's how I would personally approach it, but
I don't think you're wrong, James.
oh, there's a faster ball there. Tried to spear that one in. His teammate down here in Cow Corner was very happy with that, as you could possibly hear. Trying to bring you all the sounds of Sandy Mount at the moment.
Calypso Sandy Mount.
Going to try and angle this one across the bowl. Batsman's
Hollins.
oh, big throw there, trying to get the stuff there. Holland's just probably in. Would have been close call.
It was a good bit of fielding, but they made it safely through. Another run taken. And this is what Pembroke needs to be doing in these overs, is taking their 1s and 2s, and if there's a bad ball, put it away, yes, but we're not chasing anything at the moment. There's no need to chase the game. No need to be thinking, oh, we've not got enough, or there's still plenty of time. 15 overs to go after this one.
My father-in-law has just turned up. Standing there.
All right.
Might be going to say hello to him in a sec.
Oh, you work away, James.
Give us 5.
Yeah, no, absolutely. James heading off to do family chats. His father-in-law here today. His wife and kids down in Cork. So James and John having the bachelor life this weekend. Short ball. Hollins turns on it quickly. It does go round to the fielder, but he won't prevent the single being taken. Hollins feeling like he missed out there. Big grumpy face. End of the over. 168 for 5. And these two now have put on 44. And here is the batting card. So far, Greg Hollins, the standout, with 69 from 92 deliveries. Good support for him from Rob Kelly and Daniel Murray. And Pembroke pushing on now with 15 overs to go. And they'll be looking to double their score now.
No.
Well, they'll be looking certainly to add to it anyway, as Hollins clips on round to square leg and they take a single.
I'll put it another way. Looking to, yes. Prediction, no.
Well, what would you say is a good total? Anything over 250, I think, today. would be considered quite good. Still a very green track, this one. Hasn't been subjected to a drought or excessive sunshine. Murray cross with himself, wanting to play that one very square. Get the feet moving. Goes straight down the ground over the bowler's head. Just a little chip. Enough to get him down to the non-striker's end. Hollins now on 70 out of a total of 170. Sound of the mini marathon still going on. Full toss, played away on the offside. The fielder does enough to stop it reaching the boundary, and his teammate cleans up his misfield. Well, the wind dropping again now that that big black cloud finally seems to have passed us by and left us with bluer skies. Who knows, even the sun may come out shortly. That completes the 36th over. The score has moved on to 171 for 5. These two have been together for 10 overs now, since the departure of Rob Kelly for 19. Murray now on that 19 as well. Greg Hollins 71 from 95 deliveries, showing what a watchful innings it has been from him. Hasn't been without its highlights though as well. A few Balburnies in attendance today. As I say, James and his father-in-law are here. And I see Joe O'Brien and Merv Wadey discussing the ins and outs of the day. Kelleher now to come on, another new bowler for the Railway team. Well, Murray sending him back very quickly and very rightly as well. Gethin Kelleher coming on at the St John's end for his first over, and his first ball causing a bit of confusion. Hollins calling for a single that Murray wanted nothing to do with and sent him straight back down that end. 16 overs have been faced by Greg Hollins now.
Good dad.
The 8th bowler used today, Kelleher. Captain certainly won't have any problem shuffling his bowlers towards the end. One thudding into the pad of Hollins.
Oh yes, ball gets in.
Hollins keeping that one out, firmly pushed onto the offside. Nice day in Sandymount at times. Now you can just about make out cloud in the distance. Blue skies a bit closer to Pembroke. As I say, the sun may even make an appearance soon enough as this one goes down the leg side. Keeper doing a good job. Kelleher looking to close out and start with a maiden. And that's exactly what he does. 171 for 5 off 37. And Kelleher comes in with a great start. Maiden for him. Pembroke now with 13 overs to go. Still 5 wickets in the shed and still bat all the way down to 11. Sam Murphy listed at 11 today. And we know that Sam, well, even looking at the other people, you can see there's batting all the way down to 11, no matter which person it is that comes in at 11. So Zaman to go into his 4th over. 0 for 16 so far. Pembroke run rate creeping a little bit higher now. You get the feeling these two starting to feel they're looking to take the runs they can get, push Pembroke's score higher and higher. Just kept out on this occasion by Murray. Well taken by the keeper. Big swipe from Murray. And there is the sun. Shadows on the pitch again. This one going down the leg side. One more added to the Pembroke total. Blue sky. This time Murray cracks one to the fence. He's been waiting for that, saw his chance. It was loose and wide, and he cracked it away to Cyril's way for 4 more runs. Lovely shot, but he had been waiting for that delivery. Zaman just going a bit wide. As is his wont, very next ball, just keeping it out. And this will be signalled leg byes. There was a strangled appeal. Hollins saw the end of the appeal by calling for the single. More dark clouds on the horizon. Another wide. All of this helping Pembroke's total climb ever higher. Man comes out from slip now and goes around the corner. The propensity of Hollis's ability to sweep. Also the bowler feeding the leg side shot. End of the over. 178 for 5. And 12 overs to go now. And Pembroke starting to think about pressing on the accelerator. The wind still blustery. Blue sky overhead at the moment. But it looks like more clouds. And perhaps rain-bearing clouds off to the west and west-northwest. Kelleher just setting his field. After maiden in his first, yet to concede a run. This one plays straight to the fielder, in on the leg side to stop the single. That one clipped out to the mid-wicket boundary. The fielder is there. The first run off the bat from Kelleher's bowling. Brings Hollins back on strike. He's on 71 now. Dropping it into the offside. The fielder's very deep there. That lets them get through for another single. Murray back on strike. He's had a couple of lives, most notably edging one to the keeper. Failed to hold on to it. And we've been saying what a good job the keeper's done today. And by and large he has. This one ricocheting off the pads, straight to a fielder. Hollins calling no immediately. Been informed that as well as a game yesterday, a game today, double header on the ground tomorrow, and then games on Tuesday, Wednesday and Thursday here at Sydney Parade. Going to be a busy time. Murray with the expansive shot, missed the ball completely. End of the over, just the two singles taken from it. Pembroke hit the heady heights of 180 for 5 from 39 overs. And now I get the feeling that they're at the stage whereby there may be more efforts to accelerate the run rate. Still, it's over 4.5. How they would love to score another 70 runs or so from these last 11 overs. While Hollins and Murray are still there, and as long as they stay there, Pembroke have a good chance to do that. Run a ball. Take them to 146. There, I think, is the first example of that increase in batting pace. Hollins immediately looking for the single. Dropped nicely into the leg side. Murray and the wicket-keeper exchanging ideas. Keeping Zaman out at the moment. He's bowled very well into his 5th over now. Just 23 runs conceded. And this one cut away to the fence again. Murray starting to open up a bit now. 4 more runs. Super shot through the offside. interested spectators at the top of the ground. And Murray just late cut past the fielder and to the fence. 4 more runs. He moves on to 28. These two now put on 61 together. Bit of cat and mouse there. The bowler throwing down the slower delivery and the batsman not falling for the trick. More heavy clouds on their way. Hopefully they might slide down the Liffey Valley. And like we're saying it like we're hundreds of feet above the city centre. In reality, we're probably lower. Nicely played away on the leg side, but just straight to the fielder, straight for a dot ball. And that ends the 40th over. 186 for 5. Two batsmen, I can assure you, are looking towards the scoreboard and not towards the camera. Umpire signalling the last 10 overs. And we'll see how these two carry Pembroke forward from here. 6 runs being added to the score in that last over. Kelleher to continue, and why wouldn't he? He's only gone for 2 runs in his first 2 overs. Could this be the over where the Pembroke batsmen decide to take Kelleher on? Could provide Kelleher with opportunities to take wickets, could provide Pembroke with a chance to get beyond 200. Straight to the fielder's hands. A very loud, definitive shout of no from Greg Hollins. You always know where you stand with Greg and running between the wicket, that's for sure. Oh, Hollins pulls one round to the leg side and gets a very fortunate 4 runs. The fielder at mid-wicket went down with a long barrier, but had set up his long barrier in the wrong place. The ball went between his foot and his knee, straight through him. Hollins just lifting it there and just in the wrong place, set up, and that allowed the ball to trundle, and trundle it did.
Good, get safe.
190 for 5 now. .41st over. That boundary, the first one that Kelleher has conceded. As Hollins punches him down the ground. Picks up another single.
One, Dad.
There are the clouds that are massing, and those ones are definitely dropping rain in the distance. The question being, will they arrive at Sydney Parade, and if they do, when will it be? I'm guessing for the end of the 42nd over. We're in the 41st at the moment. Kelleher bowling from the St John's end comes in. And Murray plays him round to the leg side. There are 2 fielders around there, but they can't stop him picking up 2. The score moves on to 193. Well, it's been a strange innings from Pembroke. It's been gradually built rather than amassed. Ethan Clark was the first to fall with the score on 17 in the 4th over. And then McDarragh Cosgrave, he fell in the 7th over with the score on 27. That one's wide and signalled as such by the umpire. Third man out then was Sunil Gupta. He looked good for his 17, but he fell when the score was at 65. And then shortly afterwards, Fir Krataka fell for 4. And the score had moved on to 81. And Robin Kelly was out when the score was 1-2-4, and that's been the last wicket to fall so far. And these two now have put on 70 runs. A definite call of no, as the direct hit confirms that. A 70-run partnership has been very important to Pembroke. Played away, looking for the run, told no. Hollins certainly wouldn't have got that. Not with that throw. .194 for 5, certainly sounding a lot better than 124. There is the worm. It's been consistent all the way through. That little tail at the end, just because we haven't had the 42nd over yet. Spinner to continue. Played away on the offside, driven down. A fielder on the boundary will stop it. A long barrier in the right place. Hollins picks up another one. He's moved on to 79. Murray now on 30. What a valuable 30 it's been. Disappointed with himself, finding the fielder on the leg side. Looking just to flick it a bit squarer than he did. This time, powerfully out on the offside, and the fielder, it's gone straight through him and gone for the boundary. Well, disappointing for the fielding team, but delight for Pembroke as Murray picks up another 4. He's moved on to 34 now. Well, it was hit powerfully enough, but to the fielder. He went down, it bobbled in front of him. Having only gone down with his hands, he wasn't able to stop it. Murray this time does turn it round the corner. They're looking for 2. They will get 2. Hollins decides quite quickly that the 2 will be all that they will take. He would have been the one running to that danger end, and he would have been the one who'd been on his way.
Ball out of the hand before he called.
Yeah. Again, played away into the leg side, this time with a bit more force. It will reach the fielder a bit quicker. It will just be a single. 1 added to the total. Over 200 on the board now for Pembroke. 202 for 5 as we come to the end of the 42nd over. A man going round into leg gully. And instead it's played down to third, and they take the single handily on the misfield. That is the over. 203 for 5. And these two just power on, and as Greg Hollins goes to get some gloves, I will just take a moment.
कैच फील्डिंग वही इसके 5 कैच छोड़े जो खेल रहा है अभी 80 पे.
Getting Kelleher out from the St John's end. He'll be born in the 43rd over. And Pembroke surely now will be looking to chase after Kelleher. Well, that's certainly the way as Hollins smacks one straight down the ground to start with. Fielder in place means it will just be a single, but the intent is there. You can see that now. 8 overs to go. And that 250 still very much in Pembroke's sights. Individually too, these players looking to get as many runs as they can. Murray playing this one now. Out on the offside, there is a slip, and there's a no, and there's a how's that? And he's given out. Hollins run out. Disappointing end to his innings. Greg Hollins falls for 81 with the score on 204. And the partnership of 80 comes to an end. A good partnership, and you can see what the trouble is here. Or can you? But the problem was that Murray slipped, and Hollins had already committed to the run. He didn't make it back, and he's on his way. And the 6th wicket has fallen with the score on 204, and that brings Sam Murphy to the wicket. You just miss off screen Dan Murray slipping and then sending Hollins back. You can see, yes, you can see that Dan had slipped and he wasn't going to make it through. And Hollins then was left with nowhere to go. Fine knock for him though, 81 coming from 111 balls. And Nelson strikes again. And that has brought the left-handed Sam Murphy, today's wicket-keeper, to the crease. Well, that's a breakthrough that Railway had been searching for a long time. 15 overs. More than that, even 16, 17 overs those two were together. And they've done a fine, fine job. Well, the lighter clouds are ahead, the heavier clouds are above us. And if there's going to be rain, it will be any second now. Sam Murphy immediately seeing himself in. He may have decided that that's enough. He's seen enough now. Yeah.
Tiny bit of rain.
Yeah, I think you need to pull up the front.
Have to do it. Only protected this much.
Well, they run through for a leg bye, and in aid of waterproofing, I'll be back in a second. Well, you have a better idea of what happened there. Dan Murray not happy at all. He's been given out. And that is a 2nd wicket in the 43rd over. And Pembroke lost their 2 established batsmen. Dan Murray departing for 38. Greg Hollins departing for 81. And here is the replay so we can all see it. So busy putting up the gazebo. And that's hit him in front. He's suggesting that there was bat in that, an element of disbelief. And now Pembroke 6 down, 7 down now. 7 for 206. Sam Murphy's only been out there for 2 balls. And he's now been joined by Bruce Whaley. So still plenty of batting there. You'd want Sky TV technology and money behind you to be able to judge that one.
If we were on a bigger table, I might have actually done this because I nearly did it today. The first bit of other stuff.
Another loud appeal. This one thudding into the batsman. That sees the end of the over. And what an over it was. 206 for 7. 2 wickets falling in that previous over. Pembroke going from 203 for 5 to 206 for 7 in the 43rd over. And that's a good over for Railway. Not so much for Pembroke. Well, the breeze has picked up again now. Rain hasn't quite struck with any force, but there is drizzle.
Look at how much it's tilting the side screen.
Yeah. That wind causing our pictures to shudder and judder at the moment. It looks like it will be Carpe to return from the nursery end. God, I wish I had my big coat with me today. Not the most pleasant of days here in Sydney Parade when the rain comes. Lovely when the sun was out, but at the moment we have wind and drizzle. Gazebo walls doing their best to burst in. So, Carpe, his run-up interrupted by the bail falling off. Umpire stopping in there. So 3 balls faced between these 2 batsmen. Yep. Murphy showing a bit of patience. The Dougal's coming back into the shelter. Wicketkeeper wondering why the hell they're still out there. And in fact, that's it. The players are making their way off to the sideline now, and I do not blame them at all. The rain coming down quite fiercely now. The players have made for the sideline. Score 206 for 7. Sam Murphy and Bruce Whaley are the batsmen in the middle for the seconds. And the covers now will be coming out once somebody, removes the stumps. That's the first job. The next job is to get the covers themselves. So whilst the rain comes down, I shan't subject you to one of my monologues. So for the moment, I'll take a short break. Well, the players are heading back out to the middle after that short rain delay. Carpe into his 6th over. So 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th. He'll bowl through to the end, one suspects. And in at the wicket at the moment, Bruce Whaley at the non-striker's end, and Sam Murphy here to face the bowling of Carpe in this, the 44th over of Pembroke's innings. 206 for 7. They were 206, 204 for 5. 2 wickets falling in the previous over, meaning we now have 2 new batsmen at the crease, and Railway looking to press home their advantage. Sam Murphy just keeping that one out. Carpe going full. Murphy looking to clip him away on the leg side, not working on this occasion. Just 6 overs after this one. Yeah. Yeah. This one played away on the offside, gets through the fielder in the ring, covering fielder behind, means it's just taken as a single. First run since the rain break. Chilly day here in the gazebo. I think it's a little bit warmer elsewhere. Full toss, cracked away. More footballing skills by the Railway fielders. They must spend an awful lot of time playing football. We've seen the feet being employed on a number of occasions here today. But Bruce Whaley now off the mark, and off the mark courtesy of this shot. Cracked it away on the offside. But the ankle of the fielder, I have to say, no wonder he's limping a little now as he heads out to point. Run taken inside the ring by Murphy. 44 overs now complete. 209 for 7. That 250, is it still on? Well, it's on. It's getting a little more difficult now. 6 overs to get 41 runs. Just 3 wickets in hand.
You were trying to ask me, will they double it from here? No.
Kelleher to continue. And you get the feeling with just 6 overs remaining now, the Pembroke batsman will be looking to get after any bowling that is loose. Oh my word. Kelleher goes down. I think it was more embarrassment than anything else. Unfortunate, just in his delivery stride, slipping. Well, that will make him think twice now when he comes into bowl. Always an awkward one for a bowler. If you're unsure of your delivery stride, taking off or landing, it can make a big difference. It's all right, it's all right. It stops me pulling anything out of the desk. Murphy trying to just take that one down to the open garage at the top right of your screen. Missing on this occasion. The current run rate, Pembroke would get up to around 225. Real working innings, this one by Pembroke. No, nothing spectacular. A couple of sixes in one over when Hollins and Kelly took on the leg spinner. But there haven't been too many spectacular shots. It's been steady, workmanlike. It's got them now to 210 with 5.5 overs remaining. This one clubbed away down the offside. It's going to beat all the fielders. The fielder at the edge just diving for it, and he's unable to stop it, and it reaches the boundary. And that's a super shot from Whaley. Cracked through the offside. 4 runs onto the total. 4 vital runs as far as Pembroke are concerned. And despite the dive of the fielder, he thought he'd got his hand down to it, but couldn't arrest it, the momentum of the ball, and it made the rope. And 4 more runs. 4 runs to Whaley and to Pembroke. This time he goes short. Whaley cracks it back, careers into the stumps at the bowler's end, but doesn't stop them picking up a single, and that will bring Murphy onto strike. And I expect that now we will start to see the fireworks from the Pembroke tail as they take on this railway attack. Kelleher persisting around the wicket to the left-hander. He slipped over, remember, with the first ball. 6 off the over so far, still 2 balls remaining. And that's a good first one. So be looking to get out of the over now. Even if he only concedes a single here, he'll consider that a win.
Good ball.
Leave it like that. Bit more wind through the gazebo now, as Murphy does play one down to third. They will take a single. And that will complete the 45th over. But the score has moved on to 217. No, 216 for 7. That's a good over for Pembroke. 7 runs from it, although Kelleher and Railway won't be too concerned. What they don't want now is an over that goes for 15, 20 runs. That really would propel Pembroke into the interval with hope for the second innings. Niall? Yeah. Well, it does look a bit brighter. Bright for the tea interval anyway. Isn't that the way of cricket? Full toss, played around the corner. Fielder gets to it, but can't stop them getting through for 1 additional run. 217. That'll bring Bruce Whaley onto strike. Recently back from time in the UK. Been scoring runs for fun. That's exactly what Pembroke would like to see from him right now. Like that. Smacked the full toss over extra cover. Flat.
I didn't really have a clue where it was.
And efficient. Doesn't even run. He knew that that was 6 all the way. Never went that high now. Super shot from Whaley. This time, clips around the corner. Just be the one to clerk the fielder. You have to say, Whaley has that X factor. People on the sideline stop what they're doing to have a look, to watch him while he's batting. There aren't many players who do that for you. This one goes down the leg side. One more onto the total. That's 225 is up. Pembroke's run rate has crept up to 4.9, looking to get that over 5, which would mean 250 plus. Well, if you're going to bowl a full toss there, you're going to pay the price. And the price on this occasion is 6 runs into the Gardens. They're going to need another ball. And it's a no ball as well. And that will be a free hit. And that's Pembroke. Well, second 6 in the over for the second time this innings. Murphy onto that so quickly, has pulled it high and mighty into the Gardens, and that has gone a long way. Any further, it would have needed a visa. Two, 3, 2 for 7. How quickly things have changed. 16 off this over. 7, 8, 9, 10, 16. And still 3 balls to go. Sam Murphy has moved on to 11 from 13, and Bruce Whaley 13 from 6. This is a big over for Pembroke. The worm very definitely turning, that's for sure. The umpires are now trying to source a ball that isn't red. So much easier when we all just played with red balls. Plus, nobody shines the coloured balls.
Luke was the other night.
Well, good. Good. I think bowlers that do will find it's very much to their benefit. Nobody else is doing it. Ah, look, it's white and it's round. It's 4.5 overs to go. This half. First half of this one has already cost 16 runs. Murphy to go again. Big swing. Definitely looking for the big shots now. These two have put on 26 in the last 3 overs since they came together. Well, Whaley keen to take the single. Murphy keen to send him back. All works out. The second dot ball. 2-3-2. Played away nicely onto the offside, looking for the gap, found the gap, takes the single. That will conclude the 46th over. And 233 for 7. A fantastic over from a Pembroke point of view. Easily the best of the innings. Might even have to show you a Manhattan at the end of the innings, just to see that over again. I said that's what Railway didn't want, the over costing 15 to 20 runs. It's enabled Pembroke to really get past that 200 mark psychologically, having to get more and more. Four overs to go then. If they can get 17 and get up to 250 plus, perhaps they're looking for 27. There you go. There are the 2 overs with the 2 6s in, that's for sure. being good. Good play. Pembroke, having been in difficulty a number of times during this innings, finishing strong. Murphy plays it square on the offside. There is a fielder on the fence. This time he does go down with a long barrier and makes sure. Gets it back in. Run rate has crept over 5 now, suggesting a total in excess of 150. Railway will consider it a success if they keep them under that. Nice round number. Oh, lovely shot, just clipped away. That is fabulous. Super shot from Whaley. That is the X factor. See how quickly he reacts to this delivery. Has time just to flick it round the corner. Beautifully done. And had the advantage of not clearing the fence, and thus we can continue. Mishra again. This time hit back over his head with a bump ball, and they'll just take a single. So bring the left-hander on. Whaley has very quickly now moved on to 20 from just 8 deliveries. Great to have such a player coming in at number 9. Mishra deciding to stay over the wicket to the left-hander. Oh, Whaley very quick with the call, and it's a good call. Gets through for the bye. Suggesting there was some bat in that. But it brings Whaley back on strike. Not out, going down the leg side.
Very good, DJ.
Another good over for Pembroke. 9 off it so far. Well, the seconds showing that perhaps 143, yesterday's total, isn't the par for this pitch. As Whaley comes down the track again. Good over for Pembroke, 10 coming from it. 2-4-3 for 7. And very quickly, these two batsmen, they've put on 37. And with just 3 overs to go to the end of the Pembroke innings, I think we can expect more fireworks one way or another. Change of bowling then, unsurprisingly. Bowler number 1, Kumar, to return from the nursery end. Oh my goodness. Heatley has spent so long in the car, it's going to qualify as a caravan soon. Trying to get through the women's mini marathon.
Yes.
Yeah. Carnage. So Whaley to face the opening bowler.
Ball, very good, Sumit.
Sumit Kumar Big smile on his face as Whaley tries to go under that one and scoop it behind the keeper. Followed him across and couldn't get bat on ball. This time pulled out to the mid-wicket boundary, not off the middle of the bat, but sufficient on it. Get through for another run. 245. Or 244. Now left-hander to left-hander. Good to see a few over from Railway today. Coming over to the sunny side of the street. They have Clark. One of those over with the O'Briens. Murphy doing his best to put a chip into his bat. In fact, I think he may have done so. Good over this for Railway. Just the 2 runs from the first half of it. But now one hits straight down the ground. Fielder there. Whaley just taking the single. Thinks he fancies this situation. 14 balls remaining. A bit louder on your screens now for these last few overs. This one hit to the fielder in the ring. Another single taken. Well, Pembroke will come off feeling that they've got away with one. They've done quite well in the end. Would they have taken 2-4-7 for 7 beforehand? Quite possibly. It's been a team effort. Certainly Greg Hollins has done the best, and that's going to be 5 wides, and Railway do not need that. That brings up the 250. As I say, a psychological mark past. 252. Pembroke now. And we'll have that ball again. Well, we've done quite well on the extras, but certainly 6 wides, not, or 5 wides, not going to help. This one played away to point. The point fielder does well, but having gone to ground, the batsmen were never in trouble. Over is called. The score has moved on 253. 10 off that over, and 10 just out of nothing, really. Big help was those 5 wides. So Mishra will continue from the St John's end. 253 for 7. And it'll be the left-handed keeper, Sam Murphy, to face. The sun is out again. This has been a strange day weather-wise. Northerly winds, rain showers, and now lovely sunshine. Good first delivery.
I'm not moving though.
No? No? No, showers passing through. That has certainly been the weather forecast today. Short down the leg side. Whaley thinks about perhaps taking a bye as well. You and I would have. Once he hit the stumps, once we hit the stumps, we'd have thought we were in.
Come on, DJ. Might have been run out. Whoever was
Yeah.
in fear of being run out, but testing the keeper's throw.
Oh, it's in the air, it's over the fielder, it finds the fence. Murphy quite deliberately lifting that in through the offside. Knew the risk, wanted the reward, and the reward was what came his way. It's a super shot, this. End of innings. Just lifts it beautifully, quite deliberate with the bottom hand, gets it over the fielder, and it runs away to the boundary. Another 4 runs. 260 certainly within reach now. It's straight down the ground and it's 4.
4 and 5. 4. 4.
Murphy coming down the track, hitting it straight back over the bowler's head, and it was just mere inches away from being the maximum, but the fielder quite right. 4 runs. 2-6-2. Another good over for Pembroke. As Murphy's strength takes it away on the leg side, the fielder is there, but Murphy will get through for 2.
Very good ski.
This late acceleration from Pembroke, absolutely what they needed. These two now have put on 58. Edged past the keeper and oh, nice piece of fielding in front of the garage. And that's a couple of runs saved. Comes off the edge of the bat, flies away past the keeper. If you're going to flash, flash hard. And then the fielder with a lot of ground to make up. He's done a good job today. And that was everything good about fielding. This time, Murphy comes down straight. And this one there is of now no doubt at all. That is the maximum. It lands, I'd say, 2 metres to the left of the commentary position. And Murphy straight down the ground with that one. And there's another fabulous over for Pembroke. And this beautiful shot, just bottom-handed down the ground for the maximum. And that's how close it was to us. 2-7-2, 19 runs from that over. And the fireworks have been out here since Whaley and Murphy came together. They came together. Murphy had faced 2 deliveries when Whaley threw it out to the wicket. They've now put on 66 in double quick time and really are taking this game away from Railway now. It just goes to show you what can happen in the final overs when you've got wickets in hand. One just pushed down the ground. Another single. Whaley playing the shot he wish he had played. He's standing on the wrong side. There we go. There is the partnership. Murphy 34 of those runs. Even more now. Run rate, we were talking about it earlier, reaching 5. It's gone past 5.5 just with these two. They are doing a fabulous job. Their captain will be delighted with the way this partnership has come together so quickly and so well. A little bit of advice from one bat to the other. It's better pulled into the leg side. Whaley will take them on. And Murphy will get home. Direct hit would have had him, and would have had him by quite a distance. But once it was coming back, Patel not at the stumps, hoping for the direct hit, and when it wasn't there, he just tried to paddle them on. Well, we've entered IPL mode now. One dropped at the feet of Whaley. Leg by, bringing Murphy back onto strike. We are in the last over. There are just 2 balls remaining, and Pembroke have got to an amazing... Oh, 1 ball left. 277. These two now have put on 71 since they came together in the 43rd over. And they have had a most entertaining partnership. Murphy selling the umpire on the idea of the wide. And we'll get that last ball again, much to the disgust of Sumit Kumar. He really didn't think that that was wide enough to be called. Murphy just let it go, and now he's looking for the big shot to finish off. Goes big on the offside. There is a fielder out there, and it's gone through the fielder's legs. He still pulls it up in front of the rope, but it does let them get back for a second. And that means then that Pembroke have reached the heady heights, and for so often in this innings, what looked unlikely heights of 280 for 7. Off their 50 overs. Target will be 281.
The rarest of replays.
Yep, it was outside the blue line. So, a fabulous partnership of unbroken of 74 for Murphy and Whaley, and no wonder they're getting the applause of their teammates on the sideline. Well deserved as well. Great performance with the bat. Greg Hollins, who provided the stability early on, got some support. But Pembroke have amassed 280 for 7. And now, as the players take a well-deserved break, we'll take you through the cards to date. Here is the Pembroke batting card. Dara Cosgrave and Ethan Clark started us off. Ethan Clark was the first to fall for 8 when the score was on 17. He fell to an LBW decision that he had questions over. Dara Cosgrave then was next to fall as he was caught off the bowling of Sumit Kumar. That was in the 7th over, and at 27 for 2, Pembroke were looking a bit unsteady. Sunil Guptill then came in and joined... who did he join? Sunil Gupta came in and joined Greg Hollins, or departed after having joined Greg Hollins. 65 the score was when Sunil was also caught off the bowling of Afridi. Bit of a partnership Fiacre Tucker put on with Hollins. Even though Tucker only scored 4, he was there for a while. They put on 16 as they tried to consolidate before Tucker fell. Rob Kelly then came in and was a swashbuckling 23 from 21 deliveries before he went for 1 sweep too many and was bowled through his legs, and he departed with the score on 1-2-4. Then we had a good 5th wicket partnership with Daniel Murray joining Greg Hollins, and the two of them putting on magnificent 80 runs before Greg Hollins was run out, unfortunately, after a slip by his partner and then a slip by himself. And then Murray followed him back shortly afterwards for 38, having been given out LBW. That only brought Sam Murphy and Bruce Whaley to the crease. They came together with the score on 206, and you see the final score there of 280 for 7. 31 extras is a lot more than Railway would have hoped for, even over 50 overs. And that was the Pembroke batting card with just Flanagan and Tucker with the DMBs. The Railway bowlers, well, there were 8 of them, and some did better than others. Top wicket taker was Afridi, 2 for 25, but there were wickets for the opening pair, Kumar and Karpe, when they were putting Pembroke under some pressure. Mann was the spinner who got Kelly, and Gethin Kelleher picked up a wicket in the same over that Hollis was run out. He picked up the wicket of Dan Murray. The partnerships you can see there, and the important one really is the 8th wicket that you can't see. So from 206 to 280, Whaley and Murphy combined for 74 runs. Fabulous stuff. Yep, it was a partnership of 81. I think I said 80 earlier. That was what Pembroke needed at the time, stability. There is the over by over chart. Well, there were 2 overs that reached 16 earlier, 46 and 24th, and those included 2 sixes in each over. And then finally the 49th over, which also proved to be quite expensive. So Pembroke have set a target of 281. And that worm taking a very much an upward turn at the end, and that is some total they've set for Railway to chase. We'll see the Railway response soon enough. We'll go and have some tea now, and thank you for joining us. And there is the match summary, and we hope you'll join us for the reply of Railway Union in about 20 minutes' time. Welcome back to Sydney Parade for the Railway Union reply as they chase down Pembroke's total of 280 in 50 overs. Well, Warwick Flanagan, it is to open the bowling from the St John's end, and the first ball just turned around the corner by Noah Bazai. This one swings a little bit too far for Flanagan and goes down the leg side, and that's a wide ball. Just loosening out the shoulder a little bit, Flanagan. One slip in place, that's the ball that went down. We're now back live. I'm going to have to pay attention here. Noel has new toys. This one comes off the pad. Well, there's a big appeal here. I think that's just pad on the way through to the keeper. Well taken by Murphy. He's having a good day. Sharma, the batsman, on strike. Don't think he had a bowl. One of three who didn't. Now Abzai, another one of those. This one thudding into the pads, probably going down leg, getting a lot of movement, Flanagan, in this first over. He'll want to make the most of that whilst the ball is hooping around. 3 dot balls now. Railway in pursuit of what ended up being a most excellent Pembroke total of 280, thanks in no small part to the trio of Hollins, Whaley and Murphy. Just me. John came down. John came down and took James away. James decided that with no darts running, the easiest way to get home was to take the lift with John. He is.
Oh, he's still battling.
He's still battling to get down here. He's probably at the top of Newtown Park Avenue as we speak. How are things at home? And did Colombo solve the mystery through? Pembroke got up to 280. Well, Greg Hollins got 81 before he was most unfortunately run out. And then with 7 overs to go, Sam Murphy and Bruce Whaley came together and put on 74 undefeated. And both scored about 30 odd. And most entertaining. Big blows, big sixes. So, yeah, it wasn't looking like they were going to get anywhere near that at one stage. 65, 81 for 4, 124 for 5. So to get to 280 for 7 was very good. Tails wagging and all that. Looks like McDara Cosgrave is going to open the bowling from the nursery end with his off spin. First over having gone for just 3 runs. Coming around the wicket to the right-hander, looking to turn the ball back in. Tossed up, comes off the edge of the bat and runs down here towards us. It will reach the boundary and it will reach Niall. Rob Kelly doing the chasing and the fetching. That's the closest we've had to the commentary box this year.
Probably.
Closest so far. We had nothing onto the roof. This one played away on the offside. Fielder on the boundary with a throw right at the wicket-keeper's ankles. That will please Kevin Ryan and James Cresswell. Gets the batsman on the front foot, smothering the ball.
No, if you're on the inside, you're on the inside. Until
You can get out of sandwich. Well, you can get out, but you can't get back in.
Another one clipped out to the offside fence. Dan Murray doing the fielding. And that is the end of the second over. And the score 9 without loss. Two overs gone in the reply. No wickets lost as yet. And on this, what has been a very changeable day with showers passing through. Good game of cricket. Oh, Flanagan getting late movement there, cramping the batsman. He wanted to play it. He felt he needed to. He didn't on height. And yet he felt the need to flash a blade in the vicinity. He may have thought he was playing inside the line, but with Flanagan bringing it back as much as he has been, it's a dangerous game to be playing by Sharma. No, I've actually just had one of Sean's coffees. Oh, he's hit that straight back over Flanagan's head for 4. It was a cross-bat shot, not the cleanest hit of the day, but effective, and 4 runs. I got a couple of egg sandwiches off the umpire's table. The umpires never finish their tray, so you're always safe tucking in there.
no, I've just gone.
Sharma cross-batted shot will surely give Flanagan hope. Lets that one go through to the keeper. Strong second 11 that Pembroke have, on the basis of just how intense competition is for places on the firsts. I noticed today no Dale McDonough in the seconds, no Joe Prendergast, usually fixtures in this team. That one has gone down the leg side, past Murphy and slips away for 5 wides, and already the Pembroke total on extras, well, in excess of what they would hope for, surely. Sun has got its hat on again. Pembroke looking a picture. I hope you have your HD TVs. The latest smartphone to appreciate the majesty of the colours here in Pembroke. This is the sound of the police in the background. Big swing from the batsman through to the wicket-keeper. He is going to be so positive here, Sharma. He may only have 5 to his name. 2 scoring shots in 13 deliveries. But it looks like he's getting a little frustrated with his slow rate of progress. And he's gone big on that one. Real-time replay. Bit more circumspect on this occasion. That ends Flanagan's over. Those 5 wides really casting a big shadow across them. 18 without loss after 3 overs. Going along nicely at a runner ball. Temperatures just dropped again, suggesting that perhaps the sun has found shelter behind one of these clouds. I don't think we're due any more rain. But this is Ireland, so who knows? Spin continuing from the nursery end. McDarragh, Cosgrave. Just pitching it up there at the moment. Letting the batsman take all the risk. Not pulling anything down short at the moment. Oh, hang on a second. People walking across the sight screen. They'll be clear before the next delivery comes. Played that very late indeed. Field set for such an eventuality. Rob Kelly patrolling in the outfield. This one slipping onto the pads. Not far away from the direct hit that would have made it very difficult. Oh, you'd have had to watch that one time and time again. It would have been close with a direct hit, but without it, he was home safely. Now that brings Sharma to the crease. Sharma, we've seen, has got frustrated with his own scoring pace. 5 from 14 deliveries. As I say, just 2 scoring shots in those 14 balls. No sun around, but plenty of blue sky now. Lovely length from McDarragh. Just driven back to him gently. Batsman unwilling to take any more of a risk than that. And again, you can see the eagerness to get more runs by Sharma. It's the end of the over. He's going to find himself at the non-striker's end. 19 without loss. Just the one single coming in that over. Flanagan then. Has handed over the new ball. Just 2 overs from Pembroke Flanagan to open us up, and now he's turned to Dan Murray. Bowling from the St John's end into the wind today, unusually. Good pace, but just shovelled out on the leg side towards square leg. There is a fielder out there who will cut it off. 2 runs taken. Murray in again. Oh, it's come off the edge and floated up, and the first wicket comes. The opener looking to play it round to leg. No, Nawabzai is on his way. He departs for 9 as the ball comes off the edge of his bat. Oh. And flies up nicely. Murray knew it was out very early on, and so did the batsman. He headed off. 21 for 1. And Pembroke get the breakthrough they were searching for. In the 5th over, Dan Murray makes the breakthrough. What inspired captaincy from Flanagan. Saw it wasn't working for him. The first wicket falls. The score on 21. 260 still required. Dan Murray begins his run up as Gethin Kelleher comes in at number 3. This one goes past the edge. It's a front foot no ball. And what a nice way for Kelleher to find his way to the middle. A free hit to begin with, as Murray being shown just how much of a no ball he had bowled. Bit of chat. Murray comes in now. Kelleher looking to be positive, cuts it away on the offside, square of the wicket. It might not make the fence and doesn't. Nice bit of fielding, but they will get through for a 3rd. Good start for Kelleher. Sharma, who needs to think of himself as the player now, who's going to remain steady and rock solid. Good ball from Murray. Sharma couldn't do much more than that. Well, it's been a topsy-turvy game so far. One wonders if the Whaley-Murphy partnership of 74 at the end of the Pembroke innings has taken this game away from Railway. Good ball from Dan Murray, squirts out to square leg. And a direct hit throw, just taking off the bails. No danger to the batsman. Kelleher back on strike. Kelleher is the one with the dark helmet. Sharma going with the canary yellow helmet. Heatley's woes on the road continue. End of the over. Laurie picks up his first and the first of the innings in that over. And after 5, it's 26 for 1. Yes, technical difficulties earlier with our internet connection. It meant that the stream got broken. So we thank those of you who have stayed with us or come back to us, or whatever the technical term is, and have joined us for this second innings of the Seconds Cup quarter-final against local rivals Railway and Steam Packet Union. Dara looking for a consistent line and length. Sharma just playing him around to leg. And as a result, another single. Pembroke looking to take wickets on a regular basis here. Oh, just coming off the pad and through to keeper Murphy. Quicker ball from McDowell. Flanagan fielding at mid-off. Oh, there's a hesitation in the run, and there's a big appeal, and he's given out. There was a late call, and Sharma's disgusted with his partner, and he's on his way in the 6 over run out. The score 27 for 2. Well, Murphy taking the ball, taking the stumps, and affecting the run out. Great work in the outfield. Played out. Hesitation, Sharma very late to go, and he's on his way. Look, the throw of the bat, disgusted with his partner. 27 for 2 with a run out. Oh, nice. Oh. But then... yeah. It's not nice. Well, Gethin Kelleher has been joined by Deshamba Mishra. And Cosgrave, well, looking to finish off this over. It's been a good one for Pembroke. Played away on the offside, no score. End of the over, and the score now 27 for 2. Dan Murray it will be to continue from the St John's end. I expect pretzels to taste one way and one way only. I expect pretzels to taste one way and one way only. Yeah. Peanut butter just Yeah, it doesn't seem right.
Seems wrong if they're not stuffed with peanuts.
It does now to you, doesn't it? Pretzel sticks with peanut filling. Took me 58 years to accept chicken satay. That one nearly edged through to the keeper. Murray looking good here. I'm sure there'll be all sorts of comparisons going on during the week. Perhaps monitors side by side. Dan and Luke Murray comparing actions and results. And injuries, yes. Well, let's hope that Dan doesn't go down with an injury. Luke has got 2 weeks to recover from his hamstring twinge, as Kelleher just tucks one out of his belly into the leg side. Yeah. They're just both of an age whereby their bodies are growing bigger. The bones are probably growing quicker than the muscles are, and the tendons, stretching them a bit. I only pulled my hamstring when I was 15. It's the only time I ever did. Some would say I never stretched it either after that. Oh, cutting the batsman in half. Murray thinks there may have been an edge in there somewhere. Keeper not convinced, and no DRS, DLS, ABC. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. Yeah, they do. However, this is just a vanity project. Thank you. This one going across the body, quickly signalled as wide by the umpire. Extras at this stage scoring quite well for Railway Union. This one played out on the offside. One of the batsmen decides there's a single. His partner says, what? Kelleher sending Mishra well back just because it was well hit. That was a real under-11s run. I've hit it with the middle of the bat. This deserves a run, even if it does go straight to the fielder's hands. James Cresswell left this behind, so if you fancy a Vit hit. Yeah, well, those are mine. Oh. Over up from Murray. 29 for 2. Rate required started at 5.62. That's climbed a little bit, nothing too extreme, nothing that Railway will be worried about at this stage. Dara Cosgrave going to bowl his 4th over. Nice fielding in the ring, using his wicket-keeping skills, both hands together, Greg Hollins. Nice bit of turn from the bowler, forcing the batsman change his shot. Plenty of bowling available to Porrick Flanagan. We've already seen 3. Just looking around the field now. Hollins can bowl. Clark can bowl. Who's going to field that? Will they get that? Yes, they will. It will just be 2. Big throw in from the boundary. Prevents any further runs. So yes, plenty of options open to Flanagan. And of course the other advantage for Flanagan as captain here is in bowling a spinner to open with. They get well ahead of the over rate. This one a little short and leggish, pulled out square. Single taken, nice throw to the stumps. Noel, have you ever had a peanut filled pretzel stick? And by the look on your face, it wouldn't be your first choice. There's one to try. If he is, the clue was in the name. I see that the sweetie packet inside now has 2 multi-packs of Star bars. Gone. No, there hasn't been anybody down here. That one, well, half attempted dive, was nowhere near it. 4 to the mid-wicket boundary. Nice pull from Kelleher, relieving a little bit of frustration and dealing with what was in effect slow ball to be put away. And what's Murray's reply to that now? Murray in. Good delivery, just getting past the edge. He almost was appealing before it hit the keeper's gloves. Withdrew the appeal as he saw there was no bat involved. Seagull down the end of the pitch, unperturbed. Seagull coming between keeper and first slip. Going a bit wider now as Murray comes into bowl. That one right attacking the stumps. Seagull remains unconcerned. Getting closer and closer to the slip cordon.
Don't know.
It's like you're picking sides for the football team. Who gets the shortest stick? That's what pretzel sticks are really good for. Murray again short on the stumps. This time just played to the fielder, Ethan Clark at mid-wicket. Dot ball. We won't worry too much about required run rates and how they climb and dip. We saw from the Pembroke innings, it only took 6 overs, 7 overs. 7 overs to score 71 runs. So 10 and over very much possible. Nope. Still went the full 50, and with 9 overs gone, scored 36 for 2. Hey Kenny, how are you? Yeah, you always bring the weather with you. Coldest day we had in Pembroke was when we played Railway. some New Zealand.
Under 23 match on Thursday. Not sure if I'm here.
Sure, that could be Ireland turn. I'll check and see.
Flanagan now replacing McDara Cosgrave at the nursery end. Bowled 2 overs at the start. Pete Twamley has arrived at the ground, come down for the thrilling conclusion of this second 11 game. Into the 10th over now of Railway's reply. They're 2 wickets down, lost in the 5th and the 6th overs. But Mishra and Kelleher trying to work together now. Did you find the lids yourself?
Yes.
Oh, I didn't look, but Sean did. Sean like
Down and look.
Flanagan seems to be enjoying life more with the wind behind him at the nursery end. Very unusual situation here at Sydney Parade. Wind not normally coming from that direction. As that one gets played into the leg side, there is no cover behind, so it's just the leg has come in.
They'll be doing the hokey cokey in no time.
This one, this time squeezing past the fielder in the ring. It will be chased down. They look for a second and they decide to take it on despite the slip from the batsman and make it quite safely. 2 more onto the total. Score will move on to 40. And Mishra, well, he wants full value for his shots.
Huh? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if the ball's going to shift this way.
I think you're almost better off, pushing that down at the moment. And that leg, again, needs to be pulled out or something. That way. There you go. That's it.
Yeah, straight now. Straight.
Another over slips by. It's the 10th, 40 for 2. Manipulation by Niall of the gazebo today has been pushing it further and further away from me. Oh, it's a bit chilly today now under the gazebo. I'm sure along the wall there are people there in t-shirts. Shorts, yep. All the trappings of summer.
All of that wasn't too.
Dan Murray now. Nicely fielded. Making sure nothing getting past. into his 4th over. He's found a nice groove so far. Has taken that wicket, of course. Not even an appeal from the Pembroke players for that one. This one cut away down to 3rd. It will just be a single for Kelleher. Do you know, I was just thinking of the same problem, but from a different angle. And although weights are the only way to go on the outside because of the wires underneath and everything, I thought of bracing that needs to come, X-shaped bracing all the way round, but of course you can't. Oh, small delay as the batsman prepares himself. Mishra. Nice bit of late movement there for Murray. We are into the 11th over now. You'd have expected any movement of the white ball to have decreased at this stage.
Both those two together somehow, long yokes, something. Can only move so far from there.
Luggage cable tie, not cable ties, but the luggage straps. Strap this to that pole.
I don't know. More like the satellite pole boats. Yep.
Oh, I think we're going to have to get on to that. Get on and order a new roof. Murray in again. Pitches all over the place at the moment. We're on the camera there on the outfield.
No, we're not.
Oh, the sight screen has moved.
Yeah, I saw that earlier that it had gone a bit. Oh, I'm sure they were.
They were earlier, but I'm sure they also moved them earlier. Niall and Amanda heading off to the other camera as the square had slipped out of sight due to the gusts of wind and the sight screen moving. And now with Port Flanagan bowling from the nursery end, we'll continue with just our ground camera at the moment until the other one is fixed up. I think it just needs to be straightened more than anything else. Some brakes put on. Perhaps stronger brakes are required. Anyway, Flanagan in. Bowls. Played with a nice straight bat. Defensively on the offside. No run scored. No run conceded. Lads. There's a bin here. There's a bin here. All right. Flanagan getting one back into Kelleher.
What's that? See ya.
Hi, Bill. How's you? Another one through to the keeper, past Kelleher. Murray making sure his hamstrings are nice and stretched. Fielding down here at third man. Flanagan looking to finish out his 4th over. 3 balls to go. That's one of them, just played back to him. 41 for 2.
So the gazebo didn't take off while we were gone?
No, just sheer willpower kept it nailed to the ground.
All the brakes were on that one, I know that, because I paid attention to that earlier.
Well, they moved them earlier, don't forget, before the game.
But after that, all the fire ones were on.
Oh, nearly an inside edge to the keeper. Murphy slightly bemused. Another dot ball for Flanagan. Often we've said this season, team bowling second. Have to take 10 wickets to win the game. Not quite the case today. Today you could find that Pembroke just keep pushing up the required rate for the 50 overs without taking too many wickets. However, there's another one that Kelleher has played over the top of. He's disappointed. It's the end of the 12th over. And the score remains 41 for 2. There's been 1 run scored in the last 3 overs. Now we will see more. Another change of bowling.
45!
Dan Murray being replaced by Fia Krataka. Coming on at the St John's end. I have a feeling we're going to have to do some work with some gaffer tape on it until we can get a replacement. Lovely blue skies there now. This would normally be the time of the weekend. I'd be telling you to come and end your weekend with a cup of refreshment down at Pembroke and watch the end of this game. And if you can get here through the women's marathon, fair play to you. Tucker then. First ball. Sunil Gupta with a fine piece of fielding. Means it's a dot ball. Another one that's short. Another one that's powered down the ground. This time Flanagan is the one who does the fielding. Railway get through for a single. Fia Krataka is the bowler. Very distinctive action. Oh, Kelleher will be glad to see the back of that ball. Very good delivery from Tucker. Through to the keeper. Kelleher just bemused and bewildered at the moment by the bowling of Fia Krataka. Another swing of the bat, another one through to the keeper. Kelleher is desperate to get bat on ball, and so far he's not doing a very good job of it. He will want to definitely. It's not even a matter of, oh, there we go. It's not even a matter of scoring runs. He just needed to get bat on ball, but instead Tucker has picked up a wicket with his final ball, and they're now 42 for 3. after 13 overs. And Kelleher just looked all at sea against the bowling of Fiacre Tucker. Didn't seem to be able to pick him at all. And then for the final ball of the over, Tucker, having worked Kelleher over, puts one in onto that off stump. Kelleher trying to cut it away, and it was never the ball to be cut. And so he's on his way. He makes his way back to the dressing room. The third wicket falls with the score on 42. Railway still require another 239, but they have 37 overs to do it, and they need about 6.5 an over. 7 wickets in hand. Pembroke were in a similar spot. That was after 13 overs for Fiacre Tucker. After 14 overs, well, after 13 overs, Pembroke were 59 for 2, and then they lost Sunil Gupta in the 14th over. Let's see how Railway get on in their 14th over, and it's Flanagan again from the nursery end as the gazebo and the wind continue to play havoc with things here in the media centre. And he's given out LBW. Flanagan getting one to come back in, crashes into the pads, and the batsman is not happy. He thinks he had an inside edge. No sound on our replays, so we can't confirm or deny that, but he was in front, and Flanagan picks up a wicket, and that's 4 down now. And is this game just slipping away? Boric Flanagan picking up his first wicket of the day, and I think the batsman will be disappointed. He felt he got an inside edge. There may have been more than one noise there. Who'd have thought of the 2 people in the net at the moment? Only one of them would have 100s. Phil and Susie Whaley in the nets at the moment. Susie hit her first Pembroke 100 a couple of weeks ago here on Pembroke Cricket Live. See what effect the wind is having on our camera up there. As Flanagan nearly gets one back through the defences of Hassler.
Hello. Is that 4 down? Oh yeah. I didn't see a change.
And I'm delighted to say, joining us here in the commentary booth at the moment for a brief visit, Shugata Gupta. How are you, sir? Played away on the offside, and that's the first boundary in a while for the Railway innings, and they'll be delighted with that. Hassler punching one square of the wicket, picks up 4 runs. Half an appeal from the bowler. Nothing from the keeper. .46 for 4. 281 looks a long way away now. James's. Hassler just playing Flanagan away. great opportunity for the young lad. Second 11 cricket,
Shot, Susie.
coming in at number 6.
Get the lid on, Bill. Shot.
Again, Flanagan keeping it nice and tight on Hassler.
Well, how wrong things have got. The start was near the other way of the pitch.
Is it moving again?
Oh yeah, that one. Where's it gone now? Very much me.
Dino, get ready.
Yeah, they're bowling from this end, so I'm not gonna. Like
So
look at the other end.
what's moving though? Is it the side screen or the...
Or just the pole wasn't straight out to double check. It's
Fiacre Tucker starts with a single against him. Down to long on. Dan Murray does the fielding. He's now pulled up into the circle. That's
quite probably the whole side.
Hassler to face. Tucker trying to offer Hassler the chance of the big hit into cow corner. Surely must be the area for the big hit that he's looking for. This time he tries to parry it away on the offside. Finds the fielder Gupta. Wondered what was leaning against my leg. Oh, it's pinned him in front, and the umpire says it's going down leg. Pembroke players walk away after the solitary appeal. And again, Hassler confused and bemused. Plays this one away, gets the single. We saw Zaman as one of the bowlers earlier on. We'll now see his batting abilities. Nicely played. Pembroke fielders happy enough with the way this over has gone for Fiacre Tucker. And another dot ball brings the over to an end, and with 15 overs gone, 48 for 4. Just 2 runs from that over. Two batsmen needing, as Pembroke needed, to put together a partnership, hang around for a while, not lose too many more wickets. Hassler plays one into the offside and asks for the single. Rob Kelly's fielding means a single that is all they can get. 49 for 4.
Very good, fella, very good.
Pembroke reached the half-century mark in the 12th over. We're now into the 16th here. The runs rate required reaching the biblical number of 6.66. Oh, that one in the air just punched back past the left-hander Flanagan. It was too wide for him, but it was in the air.
Very good,
That's
fella.
better. 6.69. Dan Murray doing his best to invade your living rooms or airport waiting rooms with the sound of clapping. Paul Lawson was in Munich airport earlier watching. I'm hoping his flight has taken off by now.
Very good, Larry.
I'd say so. He was over drinking with... He was over on a cultural visit. I did see the message on YouTube, but don't know where it is now. Flanagan in then. Just kept out, nothing more. Somebody revving up their little engine, going above the 30 kilometres an hour speed limit on the Strand. 30 kilometres speed limit. It's in the air, it's down the ground, there is a field around there, and he has taken a magnificent catch. That catch worth the applause it's gaining around the ground, and the batsman is absolutely devastated. Zaman thought he'd caught that beautifully, but he didn't count on the flying catch. Greg Hollins, as far away from wicket keeping as you could get, and that is a magnificent catch out on the boundary. Kept his eyes on the ball all the way and makes a brilliant catch. Well, they used to have a catch of the season here in Pembroke, decided upon by the committee. That would certainly have been a contender because, well, Zaman thought, oh, I've got this, there's loads of space down there, that's grand, but didn't count on the diving, running Greg Hollins, and that is a fabulous wicket. And another wicket for Flanagan, and another wicket down. 49 for 5, Railway now find themselves. If nothing else, just to stop it from running away. Was a cracking way to finish his 6th over for Flanagan. Picks up his 2nd wicket, and the score 49 for 5. Pembroke going about this 2nd innings just the way they would have wanted. Carpe is the new batsman. He joins Hassler. Hassler will be facing. It was the last pull of Flanagan's over that saw him take the wicket. 34 overs still to go. One suspects, though, we're not going to see 34 overs. On the shin. Nailed in the shin. Flip-flops and no pads. Shin pads at least, Bill. Tucker continuing his work. Withdraws the appeal. Tucker getting that ball to dip well at the end of its journey. This one drifting onto leg stump, played round to square leg. Flanagan does the fielding, overthrows the keeper, but not the steadying force, influence of Kelly, currently fielding just behind point. Spring in the step of the Pembroke players now. Railway 5 wickets down, just 51 runs on the board. This one's in the air around the corner. Safely finds square leg. Hassler picks up another single. He's hanging in there. End of the over. 17 gone now. 52 for 5.
Greg's injured. Greg's injured. I think while he was diving, something. Yeah, and we don't have anyone else.
Brian Bannigan. Brian Bannigan's got a Pembroke top on.
Yeah. Greg. Kiddo.
Yeah. Yeah. It wouldn't be the first time I've been asked from here. I don't think Greg's gear would fit me. Hollins very differently in difficulty. He's gone into a deep slip.
Yes, Ito!
Clark doing the fielding that told the non-striker there was never a single there. Carpe wasn't moving, that was for sure.
I reckon the subfielder should be coming out of the net.
Wind really affecting the head-on camera now. You can see how it bends down. You can see more and more of the houses as it's pushed back by the wind. Flanagan's ball played out to the offside. Ethan Clark again doing the fielding. Fine work by Ethan. This is fine work. Professional work by Pembroke seconds. So unusual day, the wind coming from the northwest. It's not often you're running in from the nursery end with the wind at your back like this.
Having an ad, Ethan. Did you get any runs there?
Today?
Yeah.
I got me out. And so I chopped on in the second.
Dove.
But on Saturday I got 37.
Did you? Here?
Yeah.
Against Railway. You playing?
We still beat them. I carried my team. No
Nice.
one got over 10.
Any runs, Jake, today? Wickets. Lovely.
Good, Ito!
Nice bit of fielding. Ethan Clark again in the infield. Shortstop, Ethan Clark. Golden glove. And of all my possible viewers, I'd say about 3 of them would understand that. Another dot ball. Flanagan's 7th complete. 2 for 22 for him now. And 53 for 5. Just the one. Just the one run from that over. That wide, but nothing off the bat. Flanagan will be happy with that. I haven't been harping on about it, but the required run rate at the start of this innings was 5.62, and that has now crept up to 7.12. So it's slowly but surely climbing at this stage. Trucker has looked particularly challenging today. Railway batsman not really sure how to play him or where to get off strike. Caught between trying to work him around and trying to use power against him. This time he does pierce the field on the offside, but there is a boundary rider out there. Greg Hollins standing at half slip at this stage. Well kept out by Hassler. Took a while to find his feet, probably feeling a bit better now. Hits that one down the ground, takes the single. Another over slips by. Easy score to remember, easy one to say. 55 for 5, 19 overs gone, 6 overs to drinks. Yeah, Greg Hollins, will he make it through to drinks?
He looks in pain.
He's certainly not happy there, and one thinks it's foolish of him to continue. They'd be better off with 10 than him doing further damage to himself. There must be somebody on the ground here.
So I reckon the subfielder comes out the net.
I think the subfielder might have to come out of the net.
I don't know if you.
I can say who.
I don't think Susie or Ethan are ready for it. So the only subfielder who's wearing black here on the ground has played at this level, know what it takes, and can field, even if he can't bowl or throw, would be Bill Whaley. They need a subfielder, Bill.
5 after this.
Find somebody else.
He needs subfield after drinks.
5. Oh, 5.
Greg is injured after his diving catch. He's done something to his leg.
You can see where he's.
Twos, yeah, I'd say
So
Vince would be alright with that.
Very good, Larry.
shot. Susie Whaley practicing in the nets. There goes Hollins. He's hobbling out in front of the wicket into a close. Do you know what a close fielding position means here? If it goes past him, he's not chasing it. Just off your screen on the right hand side. And the first one slips down the leg side. Murphy does well to stop it going for 5. It will just be 1 extra. And that beautiful scoreboard of 55 for 5 will change to 56 for 5. Won't be long before we reach that well-deserved drinks break. Well, wait, not really in pursuit of this total at the moment. More concerned with surviving. And that's going to go under the covers and remain under the covers. Keep going, keep going, keep going. Yeah, it's nowhere near it. Flicked away quite nicely. 4 runs. Hassler moves on to 13. No. take 2 fingers full. Yeah, I used to like the pretzel sticks you used to get. Come in 4 compartments in a box. Just remind me of Christmas, really. Sort of thing I'd find in Auntie Nellie's house, my grandmother's house. Along with Belgian chocolates in the shape of seashells, dates with the big long plastic stick in the packet, and yeah, impossibly sticky packet. Anyway, there you go. 20 overs gone, 60 runs on the board. 5 wickets down. I scratched my bat, so sod the rest of my gear. Oh, back to Ed. Nice bit of fielding by Gupta. Got his hands down to it, did enough. Karpe has decided he wants to take on Firkrataka. Firka would like nothing more than to hear that. Sammy the Seagull taking off in front of us. Or son of Sammy. We keep looking up how long seagulls last. Yeah, it could be Sammy again. Remember that day we had McDonald's down here. Other fast foods are available. And ever since that day, Sammy made his home at Sydney Parade. Nice shot into his shins, Susie. Firkrataka working his way through another over. Between himself and McDara. Cosgrave, no problem with the over rate here today, that's for sure. This one just clipped onto the leg side. Hassler will pick up another single. Cracked away through the offside. This one could reach the fence. The money is on the fielder. Not bad for somebody who's sitting on a bench now.
Big zoom.
Yeah.
Wasn't
Well,
meant to be there.
more runs at the end of the over. 21 have passed us by now. Firkrataka having bowled 5 of those. Score going up and down as the live scorers make the necessary changements. And there's going to be a change of bowling now at the nursery end. Coming on for the first time today. Bruce Whaley did wonders with the bat earlier on. Looking for an all-round performance now. Bowled a little bit for the thirds yesterday. Oh! Niall. Woohoo! That's the wind. There we go.
Now you're, yeah,
Little low. There we go.
because the wind is trying to take everything out.
The wind affecting the weatherproofing on that camera. And Bruce Whaley enticing Hassler into a foolish drive from the very first delivery. Wind has picked up again, and hence the straight on camera has been blown out of commission. This one just tipped away behind square leg. Boundary rider will do the work. That will bring Carpe onto strike. 5 from his 10 deliveries. Is he going to be thinking about drinks coming up in 3.5 overs? I tell you, Greg Hollins certainly is. He is hobbling round to on the 45. And it's hit out to the leg side boundary. The fielder can't get to it. And it bursts through the hand. 4 more runs. Obviously not thinking just about the drinks interval. 69 for 5, and James, if you're out there, I hope you're listening. This one's just for you. Giggity.
So, what you can try to do,
Do you want me to do
at the
something?
over.
All right, yeah.
Carpe playing it nice out. Good solid front foot defensive shot to the off spinner.
All right, yeah.
This one just tucked away into the leg side. Once again, fetched for a single. And the same again, just tucked around the corner to square leg. Single taken, 7 from the over, and the score at the end of the 22nd is 71 for 5.
Okay. It's too seasick.
Well, there's discussion going on here. Captain, umpires, and somebody else.
It's his injury. Can he go off? Can he be replaced? Presumably with a something.
Greg Hollins talking to the umpires anyway. Greg Hollins hobbling off to the side, and a sub-fielder coming on. It's not me. Well, he's down to watch the seconds, and now he's a part of the seconds. He is the fielder. He won't be keeping wicket, and he won't be bowling. Greg Hollins, having done his day's work, ended it with an absolutely fabulous catch. His knock in the middle of the innings certainly gave Pembroke hope, before Whaley and Murphy gave them not only hope but ecstasy as they reached the heights of 280 in the 50 overs.
It was taper out that camera.
Well, that camera's out of commission at the moment, that's for sure.
And the bowler at this end.
Change of bowling now from the St John's end as the left arm spin of Donakataka is brought into the attack. Shame the other camera is out of action at the moment. Always do enjoy watching Donakataka. His bowling from behind his arm. See just how much loop he's getting on this ball. Tucked away to square leg. It seems to be the main railway scoring shot at the moment. Just a reminder that Railway now 71 for 5. They're about 6 overs behind Pembroke. Pembroke haven't had their acceleration yet. That one just dropped down short and it's hammered away on the offside, and it will beat the fielder and make it to the boundary. 4 runs. And those 4 runs, as I say, well needed by this Railway side. Still have over 200 runs to chase down. They've used about half of the overs getting to this stage. 22.5 overs gone. 76 for 5. Another one that's too short, played away on the offside. This time the fielder in the ring makes a dive, gets a hand to it, but they still get through for the single. Carpe keen now to get scoring. He's 15 off 15. Hassler slightly more sedate, 17 from 34. Well, just as Pembroke needed somebody to stay around earlier,
1, 2, 3. Last ball of the over.
Hollins did. And there we go. 23 overs gone then. Introduction to the attack of Donica Tucker, bringing 6 runs. And Railway Union, if they're to win this Cup quarter-final, still need another 204 runs from 27 overs at over 7.5. Bruce Whaley then to continue from the nursery end. We haven't seen a wicket for a while from the Pembroke attack. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 overs. This will be the 8th. It would be nice for Pembroke just to break this stand now. Carpe is the one facing at the moment. Played away on the offside beautifully. Carpe through the covers, takes his boundary. .200 exactly required. 81 runs on the board, but the loss of those 5 wickets. Leg by signalled. But you definitely get the feeling Carpe feels it's time to move it on a bit now. Don't let that run rate get out of control. And he wants to take Whaley on. This time pulled out square on the leg side. Take another single. Another big arm straight into the gloves of keeper Murphy. Attempted cut from Hassler to end the over. Successful over as far as Railway were concerned. 84 for 5. And I think it's time for the worm, if I can find it. Oh, pretzel's about to take off. Just while the umpire and bowler are having a discussion, we'll just have a quick look at the worm, and you can see that that last over helped Railway close the gap a little bit, but we haven't even reached the best of the Pembroke innings yet. So, Donica Tucker having a discussion about the laws. Production team over at the other camera trying to fix that now, trying to get that back looking right for you. In the meantime, Donica Tucker, after the chat with the umpire, would love to know what the discussion was, and would love the fielder just to move to the side a bit there for you. It comes forward with just a straight defensive shot. pulled out on the leg side. That will go for 4. Loose delivery. Carpe once again looking to score at a runner ball or better. Gazebo doing its best to take off again. Oh, pulled down short, smacked away on the offside. Half a save by Gupta in the infield will save 3 runs, that's for sure. Breeze has picked up again. Hassler just keeping Tucker at bay there. Everything rattling around in here now. So if I leave you suddenly, it's because I've had to go and save the gazebo. This one played out to the boundary on the offside. They'll get through for a single. That will bring 90 up. It will close the 25th over. And the players will now take drinks with the score 90 for 5 in pursuit of 281 for victory. At the same stage, Pembroke were 120 for 4. So definitely seems like Pembroke in the box seat at the moment. However, we will find out in the second half of this innings. And for that, I will join you in a few minutes. Players have retaken the middle. Niall is still doing work with the camera on the sight screen. But we rejoin the game with Railway Union requiring 190 runs in 25 overs in order to chase down their target of 281. Pembroke getting there on the back of Greg Hollins, who has subsequently taken a fabulous catch in the outfield and damaged himself, and he has left the field. A sub-fielder is on for him. And then Bruce Whaley in conjunction with Sam Murphy, who put on 74 for the last 7 overs to get Pembroke to that total of 280 in this cup quarter-final against local rivals Railway Union. Railway 5 down now, 25 overs gone. Hassler and Carpe, well, they came together when the score was on 49, so they're doing a good job. Murray now coming in from the top end, from the nursery end. Into his 5th over. Effort ball played down to 3rd. Ethan Clark it is with the big return. Few people trickling in to watch the conclusion of this game. Last 25 overs now. Murray bowling with a bit of pace with the wind behind his back. Ethan Clark doing some fine fielding down at 3rd man. One flicked away on the leg side, runs away to the boundary. Runs flying now. Hassler moving on to 23 and Railway moving on to 96. As I said, at 25 overs, Pembroke were 120 for 4. At the end of this over, they were 126 for 5. So just a matter of 30 runs between the sides at the moment. At the same point of the innings. This one cut away and it's going to be another boundary. Comes off the edge of the bat. Now that's the closest to the commentary position we've had so far. Cut away finally past the keeper. 3rd man was just too wide to be able to get to it. And that brings up 100 for Railway now in the 26th over. Good bounce through. Hassler doing well to stay away from that one. He's moved on to 27 on account of those last 2 boundaries. Mind your head, I've lowered the gazebo. It shouldn't bother you, but... the return of the good screen. Oh, what a ball that is.
You were pointing at gazebo or something?
Oh yeah, mind your head. I've lowered the gazebo a step. End of the over. It was a big over for Railway. 10 coming from it. 100 for 5. The Worm's not too far apart now. No, I'm just about at...
You're in the low point.
Yeah.
The high point. It's definitely the low point.
Yes, have to be careful around here. Donica Tucker then to continue from the St John's end. I see Ethan Clark sent down to long on. Not quite on the fence. Making his way back there now. Tucker into bowl. Tossing it up. Let's Carpe play it out to Fiacre Tucker. And now for Hassler. Clark goes back into the ring. He's offered the wide spaces of the leg side. The slog sweep is on. Instead, Hassler rocks back on his back foot, plays it out in the offside and brings Fiacre back into play again. I hope you're enjoying this coverage of Pembroke Cricket Live and that you have already subscribed. Oh, that's a full toss and it's gone all the way safely into the gardens. Big six. As I say, if you're enjoying this coverage and other coverage we've provided, Noel tells me it's over 300 now, and that was just a big fat full toss deposited into the gardens for 6 runs. Live scoring will catch up once a new ball is selected. Everyone checking the legality of the ball.
It's like I'm in there to wedge it in, and it's like it's not gonna stay alive.
Back live now, Donica Tucker. Much better delivery, using the dance floor. Cold, cool day today.
Look at it.
Camera being blown all over the place.
That's
8 off this over so far. Gusting wind. Fiacre Tucker again, doing the fielding for Donica Tucker. These two have now put on 60. Be a partnership that Pembroke will be keen to break now. Breezy, windy day today. It's the gusting.
and I saw
Dan Murray again. He's given him. Dan Murray has the breakthrough. LBW given by the umpire. Dan, both hands up, appealing. And that is the 6th wicket to fall. 109 on the board and 172 still required. Here is the delivery that sees the end of Carpe. His innings has been brisk, all action, and this time he's pinned in front and the umpire raises his finger and he's on his way. As I was saying, that partnership worth 60, and it was one that Pembroke wanted to break, and Dan Murray has done exactly that and has broken it. Sun comes out again on this strangest of meteorological days. Anybody tells you there's no such thing as climate change, tell them we get climate change here in Sandymount 4 times an hour. Dan Murray to continue from the nursery end. Oh, he's caught. That's 2 in 2. The batsman's on his way. He's not hanging around. Well, Dan Murray strikes again. 2 in 2. He's on a hat-trick. The faintest of edges. I heard it here. I'm sure you heard it at home. And here is the delivery. Had to play at it, came off the bottom of the bat, and in fairness to the batsman, he was off straight away, didn't wait for an umpire's decision. The umpire didn't feel the need to give the decision. The batsman was halfway back to the pavilion. Hassler sees another partner arrive, and this time it's Stuart de Klerk. We saw him bowling in the first innings. He was one of the 8. Murray now with figures of 3 for 24, 2 of them in this over, and he is in fact on a hat-trick. Suddenly Pembroke have 3 slips and a gully. Nobody out on either side, everybody in the ring looking for any opportunity to help Murray collect this hat-trick. De Klerk determined not to become the 3rd victim in the over. Big appeals from the Pembroke players, and it's just a wide. No, I didn't hear anything. Well, some over. 2 wickets in 2 balls, and then a wide. 2 slips and golly have faded away. Klerk determined to get in behind that one. Did so with a straight bat. So Shigata is Sid one of our viewers? Does he tune in at all? Is Sid one of our viewers? Klerk clipping this one away on the leg side. He's over in London at the moment, I believe. I'm sure doing very well as well. We were talking, myself and James, earlier about his 99 in Dundalk. Gazebo now under pressure from this blustery wind, just as much as de Klerk and Hassler are under pressure from Murray's spell. In his 6th over now, 3 for 26. Yes, left mine in the kitchen this morning. Another over. Slips by, that's 28 gone now. 112 for 7. Dan Murray really making a mess of that railway chase. It was going in the right direction, but the 2 wickets falling turned things around. 2 in 2 balls, changing the perspective of this game on its head. Still 22 overs for Railway, just 3 wickets. A little bit short, cut away. Frozen camera. Tucker in again. Another dot ball. Every dot ball adding the pressure to the Railway batters. Not only those out in the middle now, but those to come. Driven down the ground. Quick single called for. Direct hit. Might have been close. It wasn't too far away. A lot of danger just for 1 run. Windy it is through the Dougals. This occasion, Tucker too short, but his fielder digs him out. And all it says in the book is dot ball. Ethan Clark coming back to the fence again. Just in the corner of your screen, that is Ethan Clark. The camera just froze, and he's been over there since. 113 for 7 after another Tucker over. Dan took 2 wickets in the previous over, 2 off 2 balls, and his hat-trick ball was a leg side wide.
2 and 2?
Dan. And it's Dan to continue now. That's pretty much how the last over started, was with ones coming off the edge and flying down to this area of the ground. Haven't heard anything about the 5s, and I haven't been around the grounds. When you're doing it by yourself, it's kind of difficult to keep up with all the information. De Klerk playing one down the ground on the offside, finding the fielder, dot ball.
You got 142 for 6, and they're 20, and Wicklow got 143 for 5, and they're 20. So they were beaten on the last ball, by the looks of it.
Close game.
Very close game.
Hopefully all sides enjoyed it. It was played in the right spirit. De Klerk cuts one past the fielder and threading the gap, and the gap in the fence as well. 4 more runs. The ball squirting across the lovely green grass of Sydney Parade. Nice boundary. De Klerk finding his feet. Another one turned around to the leg. Feels ridiculous feeling so cold. And so it feels ridiculous feeling so cold, and yet the gazebo, outside the gazebo, is lovely and sunny.
Anyway, get back to it.
The one played out to square leg. How many runs have we seen Railway score around at square leg today? That wouldn't sound like an unreasonable thing to do. Tisn't a school night.
Do you want one?
It's not a school night.
Like one?
At the moment, I'm thinking more about a whiskey.
Huh? We'll have to put on a slow one for you. Got one.
Chaser.
Do you want one?
Do you know, I'd almost go, ooh, yeah.
Double red.
I like the Cora's one.
Just go or a hop on.
The Hope beer.
Yeah. Is that the hop on?
Yeah.
Pint of that?
Yeah, a glass, I think. Just a glass to start with. Yep. 120 for 7 then after 30 overs. A run rate that even I can work out. Required run rate on the other hand, I need to look at the screen and see that it's 8.05 from here on in. And again, the thing that's going to count against Railway here is the fact that they have lost those 7 wickets. Still plenty of overs for them. The required run rate not out of hand, but they kind of want 2 established batsmen. Well, that's a cracking shot from the first ball of the over. Hassler continuing on his way, moves on to 34. Not quite the strength in the shot to get it to go all the way to the rope. Hasn't given too many chances, Hassler. Has done quite well for his side here. This one pushed through a bit quicker by Tucker. Hassler hurried into his shot, but not made to change it. Square the wicket for just a single to finish the over. 3 coming from it. 31 gone now. 123 for 7. good over from a Pembroke point of view. Required rate well in excess of the 3 they got in that over. Hassler came in at number 6, doing very well. He's faced 10 overs worth of deliveries, and he's managed to move on to 35 now. Blustery, sunny Sunday here in Sydney Parade. Fiacre Tucker now returns to the attack. He's only bowled 5 overs so far, and you could see him bowl the rest of his spell from the nursery end. Hit back on the offside. Oh, in the air, the single taken somewhat rashly. Gupta with the quick hands. Bowler and keeper working in perfect harmony. Could do with the old lead bales at this stage, one feels. This blustery wind, and it is the gustiness of it that causes the problems. No consistency at all to it. Had to reach for that one. Should have left it alone in all probability. But it sees the end of Tucker's over. Just the one run coming from it. 1, 2, 4 for 7. There is the railway effort to date in reply as they go to chase down this very good score of 280 from Pembroke. Hassler, Ted Hassler doing most of the work here. Stuart de Klerk, his current partner. Donica Tucker will continue. It's the Tucker show at the moment at both ends. This one lifted a little bit into the leg side, hesitation, although the call was yes. De Klerk gets there quickly on the call, not the stuttering start. Too short, lifted into the leg side. And catch easily taken on the boundary, and de Klerk is on his way. He's fallen for the bad ball, takes the wicket. Tucker picks up his first of the day. Score 125 for 7 for 8. And Donica Tucker picks up his first wicket with what has not been his best delivery to date. Still, Pembroke won't mind. They're just 2 deliveries away now from the semi-finals of the Cup. whilst Railway remain 156 runs away.
Fiacre moved Bruce just before the bowler bowled. Well, Fiacre out there, he's moved Bruce. So it's just move it.
Left-hander has come in. Freedy. No. He's moved again now for the left-hander. Bruce moving down the wall, square of the wicket. Changes in the leg side field. Robin Kelly coming into short mid-wicket. Sunil Gupta going out to deep mid-wicket.
Pictures on the frame today. We had a paracut.
Oh,
Well, it's a second course.
okay. Big blow, simple catch. Robin Kelly had only just been moved there, and Afridi has pulled his second ball straight into the hands of Robin Kelly at mid-wicket. Well, it's another, it is an... Tucker picks up 2 in the same over. Afridi, well, he went for the big shot. It wasn't to be. Straight into the casual hands of Robin Kelly. Casual and comfortable. And Pembroke will be delighted with that. They are now just one delivery away from a resounding victory here. The total of 280 was always, well, I felt 80 more than Railway should have let them get. But get them they did, thanks to the brilliance of Bruce Whaley and Sam Murphy. Well, amazing bit of work by Robin Kelly. Super catch. He's brought in a bit closer now. 1 wicket to go. Pembroke looking to wrap this up. Edged away. Short third. Skipper Flanagan does the fielding. Well, the way this over's gone so far, this will be a wicket.
Greg has done his point.
I know that feeling. Oh, he's gone short with it. It's pulled round the corner. Oh! Oh my word, what a great effort that was. And had he pulled that off.
Robin Kelly again.
It is Robin Kelly again. Well, I'm not even going to say that's a drop chance because it was a great effort to get there. Good dive. Hard one to take around the corner. It was pulled in too short by Tucker, lifted around the corner, and Kelly's dive just failing to get there. If he'd got his hands there, we know he'd have held on to it, but oh, that was tight. Tight one on this occasion. So, 129 for 9. And a change of bowling at the nursery end brings the skipper back on. Good move this. He knows what's needed, which is accuracy here. Hassler standing alone at the moment. He's now On 39.
It was pointing over there. It's over the side screen. I'm floating around already.
One staying a little low on Hassler on this occasion. Kept it out.
Got replay here.
Well,
That's the one of Kelly's attempted catch. A fine dive round the corner. Field well spread. 150 runs required at 9 and over. Singles very much in Pembroke's favour at the moment. Slip in place now for the number 11, Sumit Kumar. Lets that one go by.
Who's that? Oh, it's Stephen.
Give him a shout.
he's back.
Jimmy! Yeah, go down. The last ball.
Flanagan going round the wickets, the left-hander. It's ironic, you go back 4 or 5 years, the only time these two would have met would have been if YM was playing Pembroke. Porrick Flanagan bowling to Samit Kumar, who used to play for Pembroke.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, around the time of Pooh Sharma. Sumit Kumar, left armour.
Oh, yes, but peculiar runner.
Yeah, had the stutter. He's got rid of most of the stutter. But yes,
Wait for now. This is the last wicket to be bowled. Just as the side screens take it off and left the shot. Look at us.
Yes, really.
well flighted by Tucker on this occasion.
Where's the side screen? Oh, let's go further.
This game all but over, all but in name. It's just hell with this last wicket fall. Can't see these two putting on 148 more runs. Although, you know, possibly has happened. Let's that one go through to the keeper. I just wonder how long it will be before Kumar decides to take on Tucker. All player shot. Bit of rabbit in the headlights here, I think. Given one to hit, plays it round the corner, takes the single. Hassler is on 41, how he would like to reach the half century. From a personal point of view, it would be very satisfying for him. Hits one down the ground. Clark's throw just wide of the stumps. Brings Kumar back on strike. 135 for 9. Is the score at the end of 35 overs. Well, the required rate really is climbing now. 9.73. That figure on your screen across the bottom showing that Railway rate need 146 of the next 15 overs. Flanagan again from the nursery end. Hassler looking for 2, wanting 2. They call for 2, and that is out. That's one way. Well, it was out anyway, so that is the end of the game. 135 all out from Railway. Pembroke win by 145 runs. A fine victory for Pembroke in what ended up being, well, a strange old game, meteorologically and cricketly. It was a strange game. Showers and sunshine, gusty winds and calm moments. This wasn't one of them. Hassler had called for 2 straight away, and that meant that Kumar wasn't going to say no, and his partner had told him down the river, and the game comes to an end. Good win for Pembroke. The only blot on their copybook, I suppose, is the injury to Greg Hollins, who after his fine knock earlier on put Pembroke in a good position that became a great position with the work of Whaley and Murphy. Let's just have a look through the game as it's gone before Niall throws on a whole load of highlights. Pembroke won the toss and decided to have a bat. That was my understanding of things. And let me just have a look at my notes. Ethan Clark was first to fall in the 4th over. The score was 17 at that stage. Pembroke got off to a bit of a shaky start when McDarrow was then out with the score on 27. It waited until the 14th over before Sunil Guptill departed for his 17. And then in the 19th over, Pembroke fell to 85 for 4, which wasn't too bright when Fiacre Tucker went for his 4 runs, caught by Sharma. Robin Kelly then came in and provided support to Greg Hollins, and the two of them took the score on to 124 before Rob Kelly, trying to sweep one too many, got round on one and it got in under his defences and crashed into his stumps, and that was the end of Kelly. Dan Murray did really well for his 38, and it was the partnership between Murray and Greg Hollins that took Pembroke up as far as 206, at which stage 204, a partnership of 80 for those two, and it put them in a very good position that the assault could come in the last few overs. It wasn't to be from them though. Hollins departed for 81, and then Murray departed shortly afterwards for his 38. That just brought together Sam Murphy and Bruce Whaley, and they scored 74 runs for Pembroke in the last 7 overs and propelled them up to that magnificent total of 380 for 7. 31 extras, of course, being a big help to the cause. 8 bowlers used by Railway Union, the most successful of whom was Shakir Afridi, his 5 overs bringing him 2 wickets for 25 runs. Apart from that, wicket takers Gethin Kelleher did well. He came on, was economical, and took 1 for 19 in his spell. The openers had thought that they may have opened the door and put a bit of pressure on Pembroke, with Kumar and Karpe each taking a wicket, but it wasn't to be, and you can see from the partnership of 43 there, and then a partnership of 81, and then the 206 up as far as 280. Fabulous work. In reply then, Railway were chasing a total of 281. It was always going to be a tough one for them, and they just kept losing wickets. Wickets in the 5th over, the 6th over, and then a bit of a partnership, but wickets in the 13th, 14th and 16th saw them 5 down before drinks. Partnership then developed and got them up as far as 109, a partnership of 60 before the 6th wicket and the 7th wicket both fell in the same Daniel Murray over. Successive balls indeed. Donakataka then saw 2 wickets fall in the 33rd over, which he bowled, until, well, Railway Union finally subsided to 136 all out. Ted Hassler, the one bright spot, 43 for him, and Karpe did well with his work in that partnership. Here are the Pembroke bowling figures, just the 6 bowlers used. Bruce Whaley was a little bit expensive, 12 coming off his 2 overs, but the wicket takers today, Daniel Murray 3 for 34, Flanagan himself 2 for 31, 2 for 33 for Donakataka, and Fiakrataka chipping in with 1 for 13 off 6 overs. Well, that was it for today. It's been a strange day. You wouldn't know what the weather is going to do in 20 minutes time. You wouldn't know what the weather's going to do in 3 hours time. Lovely sunny evening here now, still a bit breezy, and the bar must be open because I see Brian Bannigan striding across the ground just in the left hand side of your screen, and the bar obviously has a pint on for him now. So thank you for joining us. The next game, I believe, is tomorrow. Who's playing tomorrow, Noel? 4s and 6s. It's a double header here in Pembroke. End your bank holiday weekend the right way. Come on down, sit on the wall and watch, well, 2 of Pembroke's finest sides take to the field. So thank you, Niall. Thank you, James, for your work earlier on, and we'll see James again over the next few nights, I'm sure. Thank you, Amanda. You held out in the gazebo today. So that's it, and join us again on Pembroke Cricket Live.